me make sure that we're all connected and everything is good. We also need to get the chat over. I think what we'll do, let me just play this wrestling shop little clip, and then whilst that's playing, I'm just going to get the chat set up on screen. So give me one moment. Here's Drew McIntyre.
This is the Scottish Warrior Drew McIntyre here. For all your action figure needs, make sure you check out WrestlingShop.com.
Yeah, I wish that was longer. I wish that was longer, because it's still not quite there, but boom, there we go. I was hoping by the time you came back, I'd be sat here and everything would be set up and I'd be like, hey, welcome back. But I was still faffing around with it because it's only a very short clip. Right, yeah, I hope everyone is well. So we've got just things happening, and things happening quite recently as well. So obviously the news breaking. I don't know if you saw all the news videos we do now go onto the second channel. I don't put them onto this channel because I'm really trying to tidy this channel up a little bit for 2024, trying to get some of the clutter off and try and use that second channel a little bit more. So there was a news video that just dropped about Kenny Omega. Really sad news. Really sad news about the fact he's got diverticulitis. Now, I was just about to look, because I actually don't know how long diverticulitis is gonna rule someone out for. I know that Brock Lesnar had it. I know that it is something that is not treatable, but is manageable. I wanted to know how long it would actually keep someone out for. So, diverticulitis recovery. Let's just have a look. Diverticulitis recovery. But plenty of rest. People can start to feel better within a few days, but 20% of patients will get another flare-up or reoccurrence, and that can happen within like a 5-year period. Can take a few weeks. So usually treated with antibiotics. So as most things on the internet, some sites say it takes a few days, some places say it takes a few weeks, but it's something which is bigger than that. It's that just gets the pain away, so that just helps you get over the pain of it, but that doesn't mean that he's going to be back in the ring after a couple of weeks. This is something which, you know, can have long-term effects. Like, it's something that you have to kind of learn to live with to a degree. So yeah, he is out of action indefinitely. There's nothing more than that. But diverticulitis cut short Brock Lesnar's MMA career. Brock could have stayed in MMA, and he could have been a real force in MMA, even more than he was, had he have not got diverticulitis. So it's one of those that's a bit of a grey area. You can't really talk about specifics too much, because yes, you can get over it in a few days, but you're not over it. You haven't recovered from it. It's still there. It can still flare up. It can still be antagonized. And so I could see him being out of World's End. I think there's a good chance that he doesn't make World's End. And that he's going to have to try and see if he can find the best medical treatment to get this dealt with. So yeah, a big blow with Kenny being out, and a picture of him in hospital. So hopefully he is going to be on the road to recovery. I know that's not WWE related, but it's the big story that just dropped in the past hour. And as we said, I know of it because of Brock Lesnar. But what is the second channel? I'll put it on to Wrestling Days clips. Right, so we've got the Kenny Omega news. We've got a Rhea picture, which has done the rounds, which I don't have, actually. I did download it just for this. I promise it was just for this. This is the image of Rhea, which has broken the internet today. I mean, I don't know about you, but I've seen this everywhere. Like, I've had this tagged. I've been tagged in this, which is so random. I mean, this is just like a random Instagram picture from Rhea, but it seems to have really. I don't know why this one. I don't know why this one, but it seems to have really caught attention, and it was just all over my feed. And I was getting tagged in it and everything. It's like, guys, settle down. Settle down. I mean, perhaps it's just because people aren't used to seeing Rhea in, like, a bikini or something. I don't know. But even Kathy Kelly said she was going to use this to, I think, warm herself up or something. So, simps be simping. Simps be simping hard today. It's been a bad day for Kenny Omega. It's been a great day for the simp community. Just in general, even if you're not a fan of Rhea, I'd imagine that's still a great welcome picture, which I'm sure has been widely celebrated. In regards to SmackDown tonight, we've got the return of Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns is back, baby. I expect Randy to do something with him, just because I'm thinking him and Randy are looking pretty good for the Royal Rumble. If it's not going to be Randy, then my guess all along until Randy had returned was AJ Styles. So I think there's either a chance that we get AJ returning and confronting Roman, or we get Randy may do something where he goes after Roman. So, but either way, this I think is Roman's only December appearance. This is his only December scheduled appearance. So that means that we've got to make it count. So this is definitely a show that you don't want to miss, because we definitely need to make this count. So yeah, very much looking at this being a big show tonight. Big show. Any show that's got Roman on is going to have extra interest. But yeah, I mean, this is his only appearance. We've got to start setting up the ball for December. He can't just come out and say a few words and go away again. We've got to do something more juicy than that. So I'm hoping for something pretty tasty. Then we've got Kenny. Then we've got Kevin Owens taking on Theory. Kevin has broken his hand, but he's still going to be in action taking on Austin Theory in that United States tournament. We know the NXT superstar. It was revealed by Shawn Michaels the other day, and it is going to be Carmelo Hayes. He is taking on Grayson Waller. We've got Randy Orton taking on Jimmy Uso, so we know we're getting that match. And we've also got Zelina Vega and Michin taking on Asuka and Kairi Sane. So that's the lineup for tonight. Looks pretty good. Obviously, Roman is the headline. Very much looking forward to seeing how we use him and what it is that we're going to be doing. And as we said, because this is his only appearance, it should be a big show. Main event DJ Night says, do you think Roman will confront KO whilst walking by? Do you think Roman will confront KO whilst walking by backstage? And if they do, what do you think they do? Hang on. I think we're quite in the weeds here. Do you think Roman will confront whilst... It's a bit too specific, but straight away I'm out. A bit too specific. I don't know that there's going to be like walking by backstage and all this kind of stuff. I think that, as I said earlier, it's either going to be Randy or it's going to be AJ. Someone's going to confront, probably when Roman's in the ring. Someone will come and interrupt him, and I would imagine we'll start the ball rolling then. So either Randy or AJ for me. Randy is going to go one-on-one with Jimmy tonight. He is. Calvin, shout out to you. Maybe Randy versus AJ versus Roman at the Royal Rumble, says Tom. James said, I think Rumble could be Roman Orton, Styles solo. Hasib says, each our own. Rhea doesn't do it for me. How was your day? My day was good. Steven said, Days, hope you are well. Roman is back. He is. How was his holiday as champion? I'm sure he had a great time. Don't know. Ipswich versus Norwich today. Come on, you Blues. I hope you win, my friends. Lewis said, Days, I watch you all the time. That freaky. But don't comment. You are a top guy. And big up Starbridge. Oh, Lewis knows, man. Lewis is a real one. Lewis, shout out to you. You're one of the real ones. Big up Starbridge. Big up Starbridge for life. It's where Jude Bellingham's from. Second most famous person from Starbridge, just behind me. Shout out to you, Lewis. Enzo, Passion. I don't know why this is so hard for me to read. I think I'm getting old, you know. I'm getting to the point where I'm like really having to trying to read the chat. I'm going to have to make it bigger. I'm going to have to pop it out. Excuse me whilst I pop it out and make it that's a bit better. There we go. I'm officially an old man. I'm officially a boomer now. Got to make the chat bigger so I can read it. That's better. And it's better here as well rather than looking down in the corner. Right, good. Axel said Dom versus CM Punk versus Roman versus Jet. What, the Gladiator? You probably didn't have Jet on American Gladiators. We had Gladiators in the 90s, exactly the same as American Gladiators, and the one that everyone was attracted to was Jet. Jet was the most popular one. I don't know what the names of the American ones were, but we had things like Cobra, Thunder, Jet, Wolf. Everyone hated Wolf. He was the heel. Do you know what? When you think about it, that was actually really quite pro wrestling. Wolf was like absolutely hated. Every time he even was shown on screen, he would be booed. It was like the Dominic Mysterio of his day. It was very pro wrestling. Enzo said, do you think Adam Copeland will be a world champion in 2024? I'm gonna say I think that I don't know if it's a motivator for him, to be honest. I think there's matches that excite him, but I don't know that a discussion was had about him winning another world title. I think he would want it, of course, because he'd want that as an achievement. He went to a different company and he won their world title as well. So I think he would want it. It's not a case of like, no, I'm not interested. I think he'd want it. I'm just putting myself in his shoes. You know, if I went to a different company, I would want to win that world title as well, you know. It's, I suppose, a bit different in WWE because he's won the world title in WWE, and yes, of course, you can always win it again, but that first one is so special because you've climbed the mountain. You can climb the mountain again, but you have already climbed the mountain. Well, he's not quite climbed the mountain in AEW, so I think he would want it. Will he get it next year? It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because how long is MJF going to have it? And I don't think MJF loses it to Edge. So that would mean that MJF is going to lose it to a heel, and then the heel is going to lose it to Adam Copeland. So how long does that take? Where does that get us to? You know, are we going to change the title twice in a year? We absolutely could. But it would have to mean that Adam Copeland was the next person after the heel. So, and because I really don't think he'd be the one to take it from MJF unless MJF turns heel. If MJF turns heel, then, you know, that could be interesting. Adam could be the one to take it from him then. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say Adam Copeland 2025. Lewis said, I live in Kidderminster, but some of my family are in Starbridge. Your insight into wrestling is good. You are a top guy. Thank you, Lewis. I appreciate that. Kidderminster's a weird one for me because it's only down the road from Starbridge. But to be perfectly truthful, it was never a place that I went to that often. I've been there, and I've been there multiple times. But I suppose because our family lived in Birmingham, we would always go to Birmingham. And obviously with Merry Hill being open, which is like a big shopping centre in the area, my mom always used to go there. I mean, that's where we went. So we would go to Merry Hill during the week, and then on a weekend we'd visit my grandparents and we would go to Birmingham. There was never a reason to go to Kidderminster. there was never a reason to go there. So we just never used to go there that often. But of course, you know, at times you did go, and I did go. And I've always enjoyed it whenever I have been there. I think the last time I was there was a friend of mine got married because he was from Kidderminster. In Kidderminster. So that was, I want to say that was about 2017-ish. It was probably the last time, about 6 years ago, I think. It was probably the last time I was there. But yeah, a place that I have memories of, but I never went to very often. But shout out to you, Lewis. Shout out to Kidderminster. Main event DJ Night said, what's your dream WrestleMania match that's currently still wrestling to this day? Mine would be Jimmy versus Jay versus Roman versus Solo versus Zilla versus Jacob Fatu in a big Samoan fight, says Main Event DJ Night. Dream WrestleMania match featuring people that could actually still wrestle. I don't know, it's a tricky one. The one that I always had, but I don't think it counts now, is Undertaker Sting. And to be honest, I wouldn't want to see it now. But that was pretty much throughout my whole wrestling life the match I wanted to see. When it came to those dream matches of, I don't think we'll ever see it. That was the one. Before that, it was probably like Sting and Shawn. When Sting was like Surfer Sting, or Sting Warrior, something like that. But obviously when he got like the Crow and he became darker, then all of a sudden he was getting compared a lot to Undertaker, and so that became a bit of a dream match. And then when you got the Invasion, that was a match that, you know, people were really talking about, but Sting obviously never came to WWE, and he wouldn't arrive until 2014. So when he came in 2014, that's when people again were like, oh my God, are we going to get... And I'm sure it would have happened. I'm sure they would have done it. I'm sure we would... If Sting had stayed healthy and we hadn't have had the Buckle Bomb incident with Seth, I'm sure we would have got Sting Undertaker. But yeah, it never came about, and it was one of those things that never happened. So, but I can't really say I can have that now, because Sting's still around, but Undertaker obviously a few years ago kind of called it quits, and I believe he has called it quits. So I can't really have that. And to be perfectly truthful, I don't know that I've got one that's took its place. I mean, I could say Kenny Omega in WWE, but him against Seth is not a dream match. I would just be saying it for the sake of saying it. That's not a dream. I've never thought about that being a match I'm desperate to see. So that wouldn't count. And I don't know why, Kenny Omega against Roman, that doesn't do it for me either. I think they're two very different styles. I'm sure it would bang, and I would definitely be up for seeing it, but it's not a dream match. I don't know. That's a really interesting one, because I don't know that I've got one anymore. I don't think I've got one. I'd like to see Okada come to WWE, but again, Okada, there's no one in WWE I'd be desperate to see him face. I'd like to see him against Sammy, but is that my dream match? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I think I'm just quite satisfied with what we're getting at the moment, to be truthful. I think what we're getting with, like, Triple H's booking, where we're building up to, you know, I suppose Rock Roman might be it. Rock against Roman, but that is nowhere near as compelling to me as Undertaker Sting. Undertaker Sting is the one I've always wanted the most. I don't have one. I definitely don't have one that's that level. But I would, yeah, I would. I'd go Rock Roman if I have to give an answer. I'd be interested to know other people's. Feel free to put them in the chat. Rock Roman at SummerSlam, said Raphael. Taylor Swift is a disgrace, said Lance. My dreams are the types of things that make you trip, said Miss Clown. Hello, Miss Clown. I hope you're well, buds. I never thought Sting was near Taker's level, to be honest. I would like to see Gunther, Sammy, said Debosa. Alvin said Sting Taker should have happened at Mania 31. Yeah, I can understand why it didn't, because they wanted to do the kind of WWE, WCW sort of thing. And I get that. I think, you know, the way he comes in, the authority, abusing their position, the Survivor Series was perfect. It was perfect. It's one of my favorite ever moments. It was absolutely brilliant. So I can understand how that leads into a match against Triple H at 31. I think that had he have stayed healthy, Sting Undertaker at WrestleMania 32, surely. I'd hope that's what the plan was. I heard Triple H saying, we have spoke about it before, the reason that he beat Sting, which is one of the worst results in WWE history. I hate that Sting had one WrestleMania appearance and he lost. Sting doesn't seem to mind. He's like, I'm just grateful I got to be at WrestleMania and I got to experience what that was like. So he's just grateful for being there, which, you know, he's such a nice guy. But for me, Sting should have won. A lot of people have said that it's because, like, Vince doesn't like the idea of WCW being seen as being better in any way compared to WWE. So it was another burial, right? I've never bought into that. Certainly not the match at WrestleMania 31. By that point, it was so in the past. And not only that, WWE own WCW. They've got the catalogs and everything now. So even if people thought that WCW was better and they want to somehow rewatch it, subscribe to the network to watch it, or buy a DVD or buy a shirt or whatever, that money still goes to WWE in 2015 or whatever. So for me, yeah, okay, during the invasion angle, I could subscribe to that. But during WrestleMania 31, that wasn't something that I was really on board with. That's why he lost. It came out after that Triple H said the reason as to why he won was that he was meant to face The Rock the year after. And that does make sense because Triple H and The Rock have a little confrontation at WrestleMania 31. And I think it was just a few days after that, there's a confrontation on SmackDown backstage where they kind of get in each other's faces as well. And so it apparently wheels were in motion for Triple H versus The Rock at WrestleMania 32. Unfortunately, as has been the case many times, The Rock's schedule got in the way. And so that match never happens. So, according to Triple H, the reason why Sting lost was because they wanted to build heat on Triple H, keep the heat on Triple H. They knew they were doing the confrontation with Rock later in the show. They knew they were doing that match a year later. And unfortunately, Sting was a victim of that. Sting was a victim of a match that they thought was going to be a even bigger deal the following year. And so they didn't want Triple H to lose because they wanted him to come out and be arrogant and bragging and rubbing it in people's faces for later in the show so that then that Rock segment would go the way that it went. You know, they needed bringing down a peg or two, and Rock and Ronda were the two that ended up doing it at WrestleMania 31. But I think the thinking was we can't really bring them down a peg if they got brought down a peg earlier in the show. So that's why they ended up beating Sting. I still hate it. I still massively hate it. And even more so now that I know that it was to build up a match that we didn't even end up getting. You know, I would have loved for Sting to have got that moment and got that win. It's weird because Triple H has put so many people over at WrestleMania. Like, he's lost to the likes of Daniel Bryan, he's lost to Roman Reigns, he's lost to Seth Rollins. Like, there's so many people that he's took L's against at WrestleMania. He's got one of the worst records at WrestleMania. But one of the results that bugs me the most in the history of WWE is when he won at WrestleMania against Sting. That bugs me so much. So, yeah, I think that the match with Undertaker, I think we would have got it eventually. I can understand why we didn't get it at 31 in retrospect. You know, if we were only ever going to do one Sting match, I would much rather it have been the Undertaker one. And to be honest, you know, I know that was the year that we did Bray versus Undertaker, but I think even Bray fans would probably say, I'm all right with that match not happening because Bray ended up losing. There was a lot of bad booking at 31. Bray should have gone over the Undertaker. We should have had Rusev go over John Cena. We should have had Sting go over Triple H. A lot of people say 31 is like their favorite recent WrestleMania. I say recent, it was nearly 9 years ago. A lot of people say it's their favorite recent one because of the results, because of the booking, and the fact that I disagree with so many of the outcomes. It's a really good WrestleMania. I do hold it in high regard. I think it is one of the better WrestleManias from the 30s, right? But I can't say it's better than WrestleMania 30. I don't even know if I could say it's better than WrestleMania 39, actually. I think this year was an excellent year. You know, we had 2 really strong days with some really good matches. We were talking actually on the member stream about match of the year. And there was a few matches being chucked around. I think legitimately you could say Charlotte versus Rhea from WrestleMania. I think you could say Sami and Kevin against the Usos from WrestleMania. I think you could say Gunther against Drew against Sheamus from WrestleMania. I think those 3 matches, and there's probably others that people would put in as well, but those 3 matches in particular are 3 that come to my mind just from this year's WrestleMania that I thought really, really delivered. So yeah, it's a topic which is close to my heart. Sting's time in WWE was amazing at the start, and then once we got to 2014, amazing. 2015, not so good. Not so good. Lost at WrestleMania and then ended up suffering that buckle bump, which was heartbreaking. Prayers for Kenny Omega, says K-pop lover. Hasib said, do you think Kenny's career is done? Remember his last injury, they said if he gets something serious again, he's done. I don't think his career is done. I think that he is. I think it's very difficult to know how this is going to affect him because, as we said, you know, this cut short Brock's MMA career. Wrestling, you can certainly protect yourself better, of course, because you're kind of working with your opponent. You're working together. You know, it may result in him having to think about his moveset and think about his matches and kind of try and protect himself a little bit more. I mean, for example, diverticulitis, I don't know if we're going to be doing big splashes. It's all to do with the bowels and it's all to do with the colon and all that. So, you know, frog splashes and stuff like that. Anything that's going to be around the kind of midsection, the body area. Big heavy shots to the body as well, you know, taking any big kicks to the body. Anything that's going to involve the body, I think is going to be, that's an area that is going to be vulnerable now. But I would just point at Brock Lesnar and I would just say, you know, look, it did definitely cut short Brock's MMA career and that's well documented. But he has been able to have a very successful wrestling career with diverticulitis. I think he did manage to get it in like full remission as well. So I think it is something that I don't know that it ever truly goes away. I think it's always got the ability to like flare back up, but it's not something that I think is also like always there. It's just always got potential to return. I'll admit it's not something that I know loads and loads about. I know that it's painful. I know that you can get over that pain quite quickly, but that's not the full story, if you will. It's something that lingers. It's something that can always flare back up. It's something that you need to understand, and it's something that you need to be able to minimize the effects of. And so that is something that, you know, you need to get your head around. So I think he's out of World's End. I think, you know, there's online, it says it can take a few days, it can take a few weeks to just get over the pain, just get over, like, you know, since it flared up and get it to kind of settle back down again. And so that would take us out of World's End. Then at that point, he needs to get he might have already at that point got his head around how to manage it. But yeah, I don't think he's out for this is it and this is his career done. I just think that this is something that is going to it's going to have an effect. This ain't going to be something that clears up in a few days. That's it, we're done. This is going to be something which has always got potential to come back, and actually, you know, you've got to really think about your moveset and how you kind of carry yourself. But no, I don't think his wrestling career is done. But it's hard to put a timeline on it. It's really hard to go, well, this is how long he's going to be out for. This is when he's going to recover. It's not like a broken bone. I suppose that's the truth. Like with a broken bone, you've got a much better idea of how long that's going to heal, the kind of rehab process and everything. With this, it's not as clean as that. It's not as easy to understand as that. So we'll have to just see thoughts with him at the moment, and we'll see kind of how he bounces back from it. But yeah, wish him all the best. Certainly something that came out of the blue today. Jeffrey said the Royal Rumble WWE Intercontinental Women's Champion. I would love Shamrock to have one more match, said Christopher. Who would the surprise entry at the Rumble be? I would say Ken Shamrock, said Christopher. Shamrock's looking good, of course. I'd love AJ Lee. She's one that's being mentioned quite a bit. I would love someone really truly random that we just don't expect. You know, I'd love someone like Rick the Model Martel, or Sid, or, do you know what I mean? Like someone like, oh my God, look at this. Like some name from the past that we just never talk about, never speculate about. You know, like when we were getting the likes of, I don't know, Tatanka, or do you remember not long ago we had Diesel? Kevin Nash came back as Diesel. We've had MVP, we've had Jeff Jarrett. There's been a few that we've had that are like, obviously we get the Boogeyman from time to time. I feel like the Boogeyman, there's always a chance that he might pop up. I don't know. Yeah, the Mickie James was a good one. I think, did we know that she was going to be in it? I think we did. That she was going to be in it, but she was Impact Women's Champ at the time. So she actually came out with the Impact Women's Championship as well. That was kind of crazy. So yeah, Ken Shamrock probably would be that person. It's just a bit of a shame, I suppose, that the information came out about his merch, which has kind of tipped people off that he's kind of signed a deal, you know. So now everyone's kind of looking at, like, is he going in the Hall of Fame? Is he going to be in the Rumble? It's got to be an indicator of something, hasn't it? It's got to be an indicator of something. So either the Hall of Fame or the Royal Rumble. I'd expect something for him next year, yeah. Mil Mascares, yeah, 97, Christopher, yeah, good shout. Headbangers just recently signed a WWE deal. Long Beach Hippie said Hammerstone. Another surprise would be Hornswoggle, says Kevin. Would be a surprise. Big Time Back said, for me, the whole dream match concept died with AEW. The business has been exposed. We get great matches, but the moveset don't feel special because everyone jams everything into one match. That's an interesting point of view. Why... I'm trying to get my head around that. So, why would you not want to see MJF versus Roman Reigns, or MJF versus Seth Rollins, or AJ Styles, or how does that impact that? I don't understand that bit. The AEW do, I mean, like, there's a lot of people in AEW that, because they do move all the time, there's a lot of people in AEW I just don't care for. You know, I'm not bothered about Penta. I'm not bothered about the Young Bucks. There's a lot of people that I'm not bothered about, but But there are people in AEW that I think are good. Like, I like Ricky Starks. I like MJF. I like Tony Storm. So I could take those people and put them against like WWE people. I don't think they're guilty about the move thing. So I can't say that it killed dream matches for me. I just think that part of it is that we're not very good at building stars in the modern age. We're just not very good at it. Like, who is there in, MJ? You've got MJF, but outside of MJF, who have they managed to really build in AEW? I mean, you could say Britt Baker, but look where she is now. Have they built Sammy Guevara? Have they built Jungle Boy? Have they built Darby Allin? I mean, they've built them from where they were, but considering the amount of TV time that they've had, I would think it would be hard to not give them some sort of boost. You know, they've been used in like big angles, big matches, pay-per-view matches. Just from that exposure, they should have got to a higher level. But what about, like, real stars? Stars that actually make a difference. Stars that really move the needle. Like, MJF's the only name that I can think of. So, it's hard to come up with dream matches when I just don't know that there's big stars out there. Imagine if there was another Roman outside of WWE, someone that was just a monster that was killing it, Then you could be like, oh my God, I'd love to see Loman Lanes take on Roman Reigns, And you'd be like, oh yeah, that'd be sick. But MJF against Roman doesn't do it for me. MJF against Roman, that's, I'm sure it'd be a great back and forth on the mic. I'm sure the match would be great, but that ain't Sting Undertaker. That ain't Goldberg Stone Cold, or, whatever WCW, WWF dream matches people might have had from back in the day. It doesn't compare to those, Hollywood Hogan against The Rock, which thankfully we ended up getting, or Hollywood Hogan against Stone Cold, which we didn't get. But these are the kind of, massive names that people were speculating and, really getting excited about back in the day. I just don't know that it exists because I just don't think we've got the stars. I don't think it's to do with the moves. I just think we just haven't built up the stars. We just don't have another Roman outside of WWE. I mean, you look over at New Japan, it just seems decimated. I don't even know who their champion is right now. I don't know who it is. The most recognizable names are, Tanahashi has really gone down, in my opinion, from a match quality point of view. His match that I saw, was it Forbidden Door? Just really not good. He just seems old now. I think time has caught up with him. Naito, I think, is very close to retiring. Okada, I think, still has got it. I think he's still the one that you would point to. But New Japan just don't have these big names anymore. AEW have MJF. That's all I can think. MJF. I mean, you can point at people with potential. You can point at people like Wardlow, Ricky Starks, Powerhouse Hobbs, but they're going to be dream matches for a few people. They're not going to be dream matches for, everyone. Because, I like Ricky Starks, but he's, I'm not bothered about Ricky Starks, Roman Reigns. I like Ricky Starks. I like him a lot. And him against Seth, I think, could really bang and could be a lot of fun. But again, a match that I actively dream of. There's a big difference between match that you think would be awesome and you'd love to see, right? There's a big difference between that and dream match. Like the match that you dream of seeing. The match that you're like, oh my God, if I could just have one thing, this is the one thing I want. For me, that just doesn't exist at the moment because I just don't think that they build up enough big stars. And in WWE, you, I suppose, can have that, but there's probably a good chance you're going to get those dream matches. I think the one we settled on is probably the one of the only ones that might exist, and that is Rock and Roman. Unless like AJ Lee would be a dream match. Now you're going to see some potential actual dream matches with CM Punk. I mean, if people had said CM Punk Roman is my dream match, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Or if people had said Seth against CM Punk is my dream match, that would make sense. I could see that. But you should get those now. Dreams should come true in 2024. So, as we've said, it's quite an exciting time to be a fan. I do wish that there was big... I wish that New Japan were killing it more, man. I wish New Japan were just... But to be honest, since the Elite left, they just don't seem the same. They just seem to have really struggled. Like, there's not as much buzz around New Japan as what there was before. Bullet Club, I mean, was so... Not revolutionary, because it leaned a lot on the NWO, but it was cool. And if you knew about wrestling, you know, but you saw Bullet Club shirts everywhere. They were the cool faction in wrestling. That was the talk of the town. Bullet Club was it, man. And that's gone away. That's settled down. I'm sure they're still around, but it ain't what it was. And, you know, Tanahashi ain't what it was. Kenny's gone. Obviously, the Bucks have gone. Like, I just think New Japan's at a point where I'm sure they're killing it. I'm sure their matches are amazing, but the hype around it has very much gone and settled down. So, and I think that's such a shame. I'd love to sit here and be like, oh my God, could you imagine blah, blah, blah against Roman Reigns? So I don't know what they're doing in regards to like bringing through new talent. I don't know what they're doing in regards to like refreshing the products. But obviously losing Switchblade, losing Osprey, like, you know, these are blows, but in a way they're also opportunities, you know, because it's going to mean that their top of their card needs to be filled with not those names anymore. They need new talent. So it's going to be an interesting time for New Japan as well. It's going to be really interesting to see what they do going forward in 2024. A Jobson, shout out to you. I hope you're well, my friends. Portington, hello. Portington for the surprise Royal Rumble entrant. Well, I know I would love to see it. That's very high on my... we spoke about dream matches. Portington being in the Royal Rumble absolutely ticks that box for me. Lance said, Cody said MJF will one day be in WWE. What's your thoughts? I can believe that. I don't think he goes there next year or the year after that. I think he resigns with AEW. I think that he is integral to their success. I think he's one of the only things they've got that really grabs interest. You know, Adam Copeland seems to have been just, it's all a bit flat. I think that they made a mistake by giving away so much of his information at the press conference rather than him talking in the promo. I mean, that was mental to me. I will never understand why they did that. I didn't understand it at the time, and I don't understand it now. You sign Adam Copeland for what I'd imagine is a lot of money. He makes his surprise debut at the pay-per-view. And then at the press conference afterwards, which is on YouTube and it's free to watch, and like all the news outlets are there, you bring out Adam Copeland. Okay. You bring out Adam Copeland and you have him talk for like 10-15 minutes where he tells you everything that you want to know. And then it's like, oh, and also tune in on Wednesday because he's going to talk some more. Okay, but you've just literally told us everything we need to know, so probably not going to tune in on Wednesday now. And that's what happens. I mean, their Wednesday number that followed it was pretty average. You know, they kind of sacrificed a major number. They threw a major number away by having him talk for free at a press conference. So I feel like you buried his first promo. Then his first match was the one where they go up against NXT on a Tuesday. They ended up doing 600 and some thousand for Dynamite, right? And that was his first match against Luchasaurus. So again, you've buried his first match. So you've buried his first promo. You've buried his first match. He's in this feud with Christian. I think that there's been a few slight wrong turns. In this feud. I don't think that having Nick Wayne's mom involved is the right call. And there just seems to be a few people around. I don't know. It's not quite hit, I think, the way that they wanted it to hit. So, you know, you look at that and you're like, well, they can't even get Adam Copeland right. They can't even bring in Edge and get him to move the dial for them without messing up his first promo, messing up his first match, and then putting him in a feud that has also had moments that I just don't think have been very good. You know, it's crazy. It's mental. It's mental. I don't even know what else to say. You've got to really go out your way to be as bad as that. But it's their problem. If they lose MJF, then they're going to need to start booking better. They need to start booking better, don't they? You don't need me to tell you that. Everyone's saying it. There's a reason why everyone's saying it, right? They need to start booking better. And I think that if they lose MJF, who has got the ability... You see, MJF has got the ability to read a phone book and make it sound interesting. So even if he's being given bad creative, he has got the ability to turn it into diamonds, right? And not many people have got that ability. MJF with good booking, I mean, wow. MJF with bad booking still provides compelling segments. Still, you know, you might come away going, oh, I'm not sure about this, I'm not sure about that. But, well, yeah, that was, you know when you've seen one of his segments, he's always got something to say. You always feel like you've watched something. You never feel like the segment was just there and it just filled out the show. It always feels significant. And he's got a great ability to do that. So I think that he's still relatively young. He's going to get paid really well. I mean, he's got to be amongst their top earners when his next contract comes up. WWE are going to be interested and obviously sell him the dream. I think if I was Tony Khan, I know I can't stop him from going there eventually. He's going to go to WWE. I've no doubt about that whatsoever. I've never doubted that. He's not someone that I think strikes me as being like a die-hard loyalist to AEW. I think, you know, his comments have always been, I'll go, you know, whoever wants me. Let's start the bidding war. You know, he's never made comments about how he hates WWE and he's all this kind of stuff. He's been very open in saying, show me the money. And I think WWE have got money and I think that they would be interested and I think they'll put a compelling offer together. But I think that is one that, Tony, you have to pick and choose your fights. You know, there's somewhere you might have to just lose that battle. But I don't think the MJF one is a battle that he wants to lose. I think he knows MJF is really synonymous with that AEW brand. He is their true success story. If you want to point to any AEW success, you would point to MJF. So I think that he's not just another wrestler for them. He is someone that really brings out the best in their product. He is synonymous with their product. He is the face of their brand alongside Tony. And that would be a big loss. That would be a big loss. Big loss. And I think he knows it. And I think Tony will go out of his way to cut deals, make sure the contract's right, and do whatever it takes to get him to re-sign. I think the allure of WrestleMania, the allure of WWE is so strong. And there's so much talent over there. And, I mean, how could MJF never want to be at a WrestleMania? You know, even Sting ended up going and doing a WrestleMania. MJF undoubtedly goes to WWE at some point. Yeah, undoubtedly. I fully expect it. But I don't expect it next year. I think if I'm Tony, I would say to him, well, if I was Tony, I would chat with MJF and I'd be like, I don't want you to go. What's it going to take? And tell me your terms, right? put it on the table. You tell me where you are and what you need, and I will tell you, like, you know, if we can do that. And so, you know, balls in your court. Tell me what it is. I don't want to lose you. Tell me what you need. And so you find out where they are. You find out if you can do it. And who knows? I mean, maybe you can even sweeten it a little bit more. And I would say, you know, if you get an offer from WWE, I want to see it. But I you know, don't go signing anything without speaking to me. Because if an offer comes in that's more than what we've just spoke about, I'll be interested in matching it. I'll be interested in going a little more, right? He is someone that you fight for. He is someone where you're having them conversations. You don't do that with everyone, because you can't do that with everyone. But someone like MJF, I think you do. And you can speak to him about, like, what do you want from, like, you know, do you want the championship? Is there certain people you want to face? I mean, I think they're giving him everything he wants anyway. He's got the belt. He's had the belt a long time. He's their longest reigning champion. His main event in shows. I mean, what more can they do for him, to be honest? If it gets to the point where he's like, no, I'm not re-signing, and there's nothing you can do, well, there's nothing you can do, is there? But I think that Tony will move mountains and do whatever it is he can do to keep MJF around. And the other card you can always pull, the kind of last card you can always reach for, is give me one more contract, right? Be it 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, right? Give me one more contract, right? I'm asking you this as like, you know, I'll give you what it is that you want, and I'll give you the title and all this stuff. I'll give you the worlds. I need one more contract, because I've got to build up your replacement. And I don't have that now, but I need to find your replacement. And I'd see if that was something that he'd be open to. Like, I'm asking you, like, you have helped this company. You've helped form this company. You are the face of this company. Help me with that transitional period. He might turn around and go, nah, I'm not interested in that project. I'm not interested in that. But, you know, and then what can you do? But I would pitch that as a last resort. Like, give me one more contract extension. Give me a year. Give me 2 years. Give me something. Give me anything. Because I need to build up your replacement. I need to find the next MJF. Which might be a project that I could interest him in, to be honest. That kind of passing of the torch, and I would make it clear that he played a big part in it as well, you know? Before he then goes to WWE, and he's still a young man, you know? Money talks. I think if you can just beat the WWE offer on money, he's going to be interested, to be honest. But it's a hard sell at the moment to kind of say, look, we've got this happening and we've got this happening, because I'm not aware of anything that's really happening. We're going to do Wembley again. Okay, well, I did it last year. But we're doing it again. We might be moving from Warner Brothers Discovery to somewhere worse. Okay, how's that going to keep me around? I don't know. I just thought I'd say it. I just thought I'd tell you. Just feels a bit of time, doesn't it? I don't know. Unless they've got something up their sleeve. Like, you know, we're going to start touring the world. You can main event Australia. You can main event India. You can main event Singapore. We're going to Fox. Or, do you know what I mean? If he's got something up his sleeve that's like, this is coming and you are going to want to be a part of it. But I'm not aware of that. I'm not aware of anything for AEW at the moment, apart from Wembley, which I don't think they'll have as many people in as what they did last year. And he's already done it. So that's going to be a tough sell, I think. It's hard, isn't it? I just don't know where his head's at. But MJF strikes me as someone that is very ambitious. Strikes me as someone that genuinely wants to be not the face of AEW, but the face of professional wrestling. I think he wants to go to WWE, and I think he wants to conquer that. I think he wants to be the guy in WWE. I think that he is someone that really believes in his skill set, and he should. And I think that him going to WWE is inevitable. It's inevitable. But it's just, when does it happen? And if I'm Tony, those negotiations are going to be... They're not going to be fun, to be honest. They're not going to be fun because he holds all the cards. MJF holds all the cards. because you need him. If you're AEW, you need him, and he knows that you need him. So you're over a barrel. All you can do is just hope it doesn't hurt too much, and just be like, "What do you need? Tell me what you need. Tell me what it's going to take, and please just make it quick." Alex said, think that WWE need to hire an indie wrestler called Winwood the Jester and have him work with witches. He is the best unsigned free agent, says Alex. Okay. Big Bun said, I honestly don't believe it's all about the money for some. And for MJF, it's he's one of them people. I think if Hunter offered him a WrestleMania main event with a championship run, then he is gone. Sean Rossap said, once working plans between AEW and Mercedes are no longer working plans, does that mean she's back in the Rumble, in your opinion? Well, I've not seen... Is that a new thing that he's come out with? I saw a comment from him in regards to her. The once working plans for AEW and Mercedes are no longer working plans. So that was an hour ago. Hard to decode that, to be honest. I haven't heard anything besides that the once working plans are no longer working plans. So that's what Sean said about an hour ago. I think there's a chance that she's coming back to WWE. I can't imagine she's looking at the current WWE product and thinking, I don't want to be a part of that. I think she's probably got concerns because there's still a lot of people around that were there when she was there. And I'm sure that her issues extended beyond Vince, right? So I would say that there's probably still concerns. I mean, we can't sit here and say that the women's tag titles are in any better position than they were when she was there. You know, I think it wasn't the everything, clearly, but it was the straw that broke the camel's back. She wanted those tag titles to mean more than they meant. And that hasn't changed, even under Triple H. So I could believe that she still had concerns, that she still has doubts. I think she does go back to WWE. It's stunning when you look at how old she is. She's 31, 32. I mean, in my mind, she's 37, 38. She's not. I mean, in 5 years' time, she will still not be the age I thought she was now. Right? If she's 31 now, in 5 years, she'll be 36. In my mind, she's 37, 38 now. So this girl has got so much time. I think that she got frustrated and disillusioned with WWE. She's someone that I think genuinely loves women's wrestling and certainly Japan and Japanese culture anyway. So I think that she wanted to go and kind of learn and express herself, and she didn't need to worry about money. She's been earning fantastic money in WWE for a long time. So money's not a concern for her in the short term. And so she could go to Japan, live a bit of a dream, you know, live the life that she wanted to live. I mean, she could go off and, I'm sure, do more in Hollywood. I'm sure there's other projects that she could get her teeth into. But she's doing what she wants to do. And I believe she is someone that is very passionate about wrestling and passionate about Japanese wrestling, and I think Stardom is something that she really wanted to tick off. I suppose my question would be, has she ticked it off yet? Does she feel satisfied? I think that because she had a couple of matches and then got injured, I think there's a couple of matches that are still there for her in Stardom. I think there's a couple of matches at least that she could still have, and she hasn't done AEW. I think there's matches in AEW. I think her against Jamie Hayter is a match that she'd be very interested in. I think her against Britt Baker is a match that she would be very interested in. I honestly, though, don't know that there's loads of matches for her in AEW. I mean, if you look at that women's division, it's not in a great place. I don't think she's looking at the likes of Julia Hart, Sky Blue, Penelope Ford's, Anna Jay, Ty Conti. I don't think she's looking at these names thinking, oh, I need to get in the ring with them. Maybe your top end, which is Hikaru Shida, maybe. Britt Baker. I'd feel pretty good about Britt, that she'd want that match. Jamie Hayter. I think Jamie is probably the standout talent, to be honest. I think actual best in-ring women's wrestler they've got, I would say Jamie Hayter. And I think that's one that Sasha could be interested in. But there's not loads of options for her over there. So, I don't know. It's a tricky one. I think the landscape is very different than where we were when she left WWE. Very different. And I think WWE looks more appealing now. I think AEW looks less appealing. I think with WWE, you know that you've got X amount of big shows throughout the year. In AEW, it's one, really. You've got the Wembley show, and outside of that, yes, you've got Double or Nothing, whatever, but that tends to be in an arena, and we don't tend to sell out the arena for those shows. So, with WWE, you've got SummerSlam that's like 40-odd thousand. You've got Royal Rumble that's 40-odd thousand. You got 2 days of WrestleMania. Obviously, she would only work the one. But you've got the Saudi shows, a couple of them each year, which tend to be big deals and have decent attendances. Granted, that can fluctuate. Sometimes they're in a stadium, sometimes they're in an arena. Obviously, they've announced the Australia show. That's going to be a big deal. A premium live event in France, premium live event in Germany. Triple H is head of creative. Like, all of a sudden, WWE is a very compelling place to go to. So, don't know. The answer is I don't know, because how could you know? The plans that were between AEW and Mercedes, what they were working towards, that has now gone out the window. Now, that could either be an indicator that Mercedes not coming into AEW, or it could be an indicator that the plan was that she was going to be feuding with someone, and she was going to feud with Jamie, and she was going to feud with Britt when she came in. And that was the plan. Well, because it's now getting to January, we're in a different place. That can't be the plan anymore. And so if she is coming in, we're going to have to do something different. It could also mean that the working plans of what they were going to be doing together has changed. Whether that means she's still coming in but doing something different, or whether that means she's not coming in at all, I mean, no one knows that. Even Sean doesn't know that. But all he can say is that the working plans have changed. Do you reckon that MJF goes to WWE, he will be able to portray the same character as well? That's a great question, Ethan. I do, yes. I do. I think that there's a big misconception about PG. I think that a lot of people think that PG means you've got to be super childish, and that you're aiming the product at children, when that's not what PG is. PG just means that there are restrictions, things that you can't do, which is like blood and swearing and stuff like that, right? But we get the B words on WWE. So, there are things that you can kind of like get through as a one-off. But I think that, and of course we see blood, blood might happen accidentally. There's not much they can do about that. They have to be careful with those things. And maybe they have to explain those things to the ratings board, or I'm not sure how that works. But basically there's just limitations, You can still have cut-in lines. You can still have, really good put-downs. I thought that CM Punk's line about when they were singing Seth's song, and he was like, "Sing it up, man. That's the only thing he's got." And we've seen it. We've seen him say, "You're not even the man in your own house." Kind of indicating that Becky is the real superstar. I think that maybe you've got to be a little more creative because it's very easy to just come out with bad language, right? Just as the same as it's very easy to just get bloods and like, you know, try and get some drama that way. Like, I think that bad language and bloods, when overused, is the opposite of creative. They're cheap ways to get to somewhere. They're not. There's not much thought that has to go into that. It's not much. If you want to build up some drama in a match, and so you decide to get color, there's not really much that's gone into that. I'll cut myself, I'll bleed. Oh, okay. Creative. There's like lots more things that you can do to build drama. There's lots more things that you can do to like bring the crowd along on that journey with you, rather than just blading and getting color. Same with a promo, like a witty line, you know, that really stings. And you know, there's been some great ones from MJF over the years, and people have said great ones to MJF. But those kind of witty lines, those zingers where you're like, oh, do you know, LA Knight did one of the best promos I heard this year, which I was praising it yesterday, actually, on the member stream. The one where he goes and does a promo with Grayson Waller, and he says to Grayson, like, you look like you've got your hair cut for your school picture. And you look at him and you go, yeah, he does actually. He does look like he's had his hair cut for his school picture. And then I think LA Knight moved on saying, but you're probably not allowed anywhere near schools. You know, insinuating that he's a paedophile, right? How's that like aimed at kids? Like, this is my point. Like, PG just means that you can't do certain things, but you can still come out with these cutting lines. And actually, I think those kinds of restrictions force you to be more creative. With those kind of restrictions on you, you have to really put some thought into, oh, well, I can't do that, so I need to find another way of really getting my point across without like just swearing. How can I, and it kind of, those restrictions really force you to really dig into your creativity. I think that there will be people that refer to him as a PG watered down version, and there's going to be people that refer to CM Punk as a PG watered down version. But the truth is that they should still be able to deliver creative put downs within a PG environment, PG setting, and it should still work. The only time I think that it doesn't is when they really need to swear, or they go to swear and they end up using something that's not a swear word and it feels fake. You know, if it was in like AEW or something, they could just come out with the swear words. But on WWE, you'd have to find an alternative. I don't think you need to find a creative alternative to swear words, right? Because that's always going to sound fake. It's always going to sound just not real. You know, like getting all worked up and everything, poppycock or whatever. Like, it's never going to sound like, if you're getting that animated, if you're getting that worked up, you know, in that moment, that person is surely going to swear, right? So I'm not saying that you need to find a creative way of creating new swear words. What I'm saying is you need to find a different way of not building yourself up and getting animated to the point where you're swearing. You need to find a creative way of like coming out with the put down, or like, you know, not going down the road where you even put yourself in a situation where that character would swear. So I think, yeah, there's definitely limitations, but they're not always bad. And I actually think the opposite. I think at times they can actually be good. They can be beneficial. They can actually force creativity. So I would love to see him in WWE. I mean, you know, him screaming down the camera, threatening to walk out and exposing Tony and calling Tony a mark and all that kind of stuff. He could totally do that in WWE about Triple H. I would be very interested if someone, clearly I'm not going to do it, but someone could go back, look at like big MJF promos, which I'm sure are on YouTube, have a look to see what the restrictions are with PG and see exactly what it is that would change about them. Like how much of those, you know, take 3 random promos from MJF's history, look at the write-up, I'm sure you can find it, as to what is classed as PG and what you're allowed and not allowed to get away with. Have a look at the promos and then see exactly what would be affected. You know, that'd be a good video. Here's what a PG MJF would be like, right? And then you could, or here's what MJF's promos in WWE would actually be like. Because you could take his promos, look at the restrictions, and then just mute anything that crosses that line. And I'd be interested to know how much of it would be affected. I predict not as much as people think. My prediction would be not as much as people think. I think that they would be largely unchanged. But yeah, there's going to be moments where they do go across that line that would have to be tweets, whatever. But no, I don't think it would affect him that much. I really don't. I don't think it affects him much at all. So I not worried in the slightest. I don't think it's going to affect Punk either. I feel the exact same way. I just think that there's people out there that are haters of Punk. There's people out there that are haters of WWE. There's people out there that are not going to call it as they see it. They've already made their minds up. And that's it. PG Punk. That's it. He will not be able to do right in certain people's eyes. He is PG Punk now, right? He's a watered down version now. That's it. We don't even need to see what he says. He is a watered down version. And there are people out there that is their position and they ain't moving from it, right? That is their position. And you ain't changing their mind, right? So for me, I ain't interested in what those people are saying. I ain't interested in what they've got to say because they are not looking at the situation. As I said, it'd be interesting to go back and run those parameters on the old promos and see how much would be affected. I don't think it would be much. I really don't think it would be much. Good question. I like it. Let's get into the chat because Delwyn has jumped in. Delwyn, shout out to you. I really appreciate the support, man. Delwyn, appreciate it. And actually, I need to mention as well, I really appreciate people checking out the LOL videos. They've been up for over a week now. We've uploaded 8 of them. 8 of them. I tried something different with today's and it really backfired, to be honest. I tried something. The video's good. I really love the video. But I actually turned off the notifications because I got a DM, which was really interesting, which was talking about like turning off notifications and seeing, like, you know, if that was a bit of a barrier and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, well, I'll try it. Gave it a go. Completely did not work. So yeah, today's video was not greatly received, but there was a reason for that. You didn't get any notifications on it. It didn't show in your feed, and a lot of people don't even know that a video went up today. So lesson learned. But yeah, big thank you anyway to people that have been checking out that series, and I want your feedback on it. If you don't like it, let me know in the comments of those videos. If you did like it, let me know in the comments. I ain't saying that to boost the comments. I'm saying it because I am reading the comments. I'm in the comments. If you go to any of those videos, you'll see tons of responses from me because it's a series that I feel very passionate about, and I've already made 31 videos. And I've got plans to keep going. Like, to be honest, I want to make at least 200 in total. And I've done 31 already. So, yeah, feedback. I'm actively asking for it. But a big thank you to everyone that's done that as well. I did want to mention that because there's been some great feedback and great suggestions as well. And I said this on yesterday's members stream. If you are leaving comments on those LOL videos, don't expect me to make the video anytime soon because I'm actually working quite far ahead of what you're seeing. You've only seen up to number 8. I've already finished editing number 31. And I've got plans up to 50 before I even start adding in the suggestions that people have made. So by the time it hits the channel, it's probably going to be February, March. So I don't want people thinking, I told him about an idea a week ago, he's still not made that video. There's a reason for that, because I'm working so far in advance of what you're seeing that, like, the stuff you're seeing I filmed a month ago. This is what I've been doing, like, for the past month or so. So this is why I'm in a different place now. So I will get to those. What I do is I take a screenshot of all the comments and I make a note. And what I want to start doing is once we get round to like February, March, then I will have got to the point where your suggestions I can start making the videos on. And I will put your comment on screen. I will give you the shout out. I will put your comment on screen. And I will say, like, this person, such and such requested this, you know, big shout out to them. And then we can go into the topic. And there's been some brilliant suggestions as well. Brilliant suggestions. So, yeah, just wanted to mention that because I don't get a chance to mention it anywhere else. And I was a bit worried that people might start thinking I'm just ignoring their comments when I'm not. I'm just working in advance. Darwin said, look how bad AEW is now. Look where WWE is now. New management and new bookers, new roster, everything has improved for WWE. Triple H and Shawn made people realize just how bad the alternative is. It's an exciting time to be a WWE fan. Darwin, shout out to you. I think oh God, it's crazy. The whole AEW story is just crazy because I think there is a need for an alternative to WWE, right? Because I think that history has shown us that it always brings out the best in WWE. You could make an argument that until AEW came along, WWE was very flat. And WWE was, you know, Vince was in charge. We had things like Baron Corbin tipping dog food over Roman's head. There was no bloodline. We didn't turn Roman heel. We were just doing what we were just goofing. We were just goofing around. I mean, I don't think 2019 is a great year for WWE. I don't think that WWE was really pre-pandemic in a great place. I think that the pandemic comes along, that in a way may have been a bit of a reset. You know, all of a sudden they can't do what it was they were doing. They can't do the house shows. They've probably got a bit more free time to think about things rather than just, you know, that machine constantly churning. Well, the machine certainly spluttered during the pandemic, as it did for many people. So I think the pandemic may have played a part, but I think you could also point to AEW and say that a billionaire saying, I'm going to start my own wrestling company. I mean, you can imagine the alarm bells that were ringing at head office, WWE. A billionaire is going to start his own wrestling company. Oh, and by the way, he's got TV. He can distribute it. He's got a way of it being shown. I mean, can you imagine the panic, the conversations? That has got to have, well, 100% has fed into creative decisions within WWE. We know that it's definitely had an impact on contracts because immediately they started signing everyone up to lengthy contracts, giving them big paydays. You know, that these contracts were meant to be huge around that kind of 2019, 2020 period, as they were trying to just lock big names down. They were trying to starve AEW of any sort of name recognition, which you've got to say WWE did a pretty good job on. Jericho was already out of WWE by that point. Omega and the Bucks had never been in. They lose Moxley. That was a blow. They lose Moxley. That was a big pickup for AEW. I mean, whatever you think of Moxley, AEW without Moxley would have been a very different company. He's been a big addition for them. So if you think about it, though, like there has been a lack of big names. They do obviously manage to get CM Punk, and that was huge. But, you know, we know the end result of that. We know it ended up causing them a lot of drama as well. But I think that AEW, there's a need for that second promotion because it keeps WWE on their toes. It doesn't allow them to get comfortable. And I think you could make a real argument that the quality of where we are now is definitely been influenced by AEW. You can also say, well, you know, the allegations against Vince, the bringing in of Triple H, that obviously plays a huge part, equally as big a part, maybe a bigger part. But I wouldn't play down the effect that AEW had as well. I wouldn't play down the fact that WWE definitely sent alarm bells ringing in WWE. So for me, WWE is better with an alternative. I don't know that the wrestling is better with an alternative because you do get more of it, but you do also get that tribalism. And I don't know. I mean, like, I think some people might enjoy the tribalism, but it is very toxic as well. And I think you also, one of the things I find frustrating is you do end up then people giving their opinions with a bias. So, as I've said, you know, people hate CM Punk, they hate WWE. You're going to get a lot of people saying that CM Punk sucks, CM PG Punk, promos were rubbish, he's a disgrace, all this kind of stuff. They're not basing it on what he's actually doing, what he's actually said. They've already made their minds up because of the tribalism. So you've got a lot of opinion out there that is coming from a place of bias. And that, I mean, that can't be a good thing. You know, that can't be a good thing. That can't be something that's good for, like, I don't know. Like, I just think that side of it is a real shame. It's a shame that side of it exists. But I think WWE is better with an alternative. Attitude Era was as a result of us having WCW. I think what we're going through now, maybe not as a direct result of AEW, but I think it definitely played a part. And I think that AEW have just suffered a few big blows. You know, they were doing all right. They were the little engine that was chugging along and, you know, seemed to be climbing up a hill, but it was a steep hill and they were moving at a slow speed, but they were climbing. Well, that engine has been battered, man. There's been a hailstorm and it's been hit with some pretty big blows. You know, the CM Punk suspension, the Elite suspension, that was a big blow. Losing CM Punk altogether this year, that was a big blow. Vince no longer booking, and Triple H, who people have got a lot of respect for and really love Black and Gold NXT, he's now the head of creative for the main roster. That was a big blow to AEW because I said this the other day. I think was it on, I can't remember what stream, but I said they went from it being Kenny and the Young Bucks and Jericho and Hangman and Cody versus Vince. It went from that, where a lot of people are tired of Vince's booking, and here's a group of guys you can really get behind. Here's a group of guys that people really like. You can get behind that group. So, like, I think we've gone from that to now go into Tony Khan being the face of AEW, which does not feel as good. I don't feel like I want to support him as much as I wanted to support Kenny and the Bucks and Cody. We've changed to it being Tony Khan, and the other side has changed from being Vince to Triple H, someone that people have got a lot of affection for because he did great things with NXT. So the whole landscape, the battle has changed. The battle now is between completely different entities than what it was when it first started. And I think that there have been booking mistakes as well. I think that Tony's booking is genuinely not as good as it needs to be. I think that he has some good ideas. I think he is a fan of wrestling. I think that he is someone that... if he was a wrestling fan that came onto like a radio station and they were like, how would you book this? How would you book that? You would listen to it and you'd go, yeah, that's not bad. That could work. I can see that. I've seen enough from AEW that has worked. Stories that they've told that have been well received, to know that he's not complete an idiot. Like, he does know some good stuff. I just think that it is too much for him. I think that he for every good idea, there's maybe 2 bad, right? And so that means that there's good in there, but you have to sit through some bad as well. And I think that Dynamite, Collision, Rampage, him overseeing all of that, as well as, checking in with Fulham, checking in with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think he's got a data company that he looks after as well. Like, his phone must not stop ringing. But I just think that there's only so many hours in the day, and he, I think, has just got a lot on his plate. Granted, we know Danielson's helping him. We know that he brought in Will Washington. We know that there's support there. What it looks like backstage now, I don't know. But I think that it's not right, and it's still not right. It's still not right. I still don't watch the shows like this week's show. I don't watch it and go, that's it. They're back on track now. They're back on track. They're still not back on track. It's crazy, but for me, there's been a few injuries and things that I think has forced them to get back on track. I think the Adam Cole injury is one of the best things that happened to AEW this year. I think Adam Cole is a great talent that was being really badly used. And some people might disagree with me, but I just think that MJF is a fantastic heel. He's someone that's got really good put downs. He's someone that I think ratings-wise always seems to spike the rating, but or at least his segment does. But he just has not been used right this year. He's not been used right. Like, the time that he appears on the show is not right. We don't have him come out at the start to set some up later in the show like we do with Roman. I just think that how he gets used, and then his relationship with Adam Cole was just cringy to me. And if I've said it before, if something feels cringy to me, I ain't special, so I ain't gonna be the only one. Right? If something feels cringy to me, I've got to think there's others out there thinking the same. And you don't really want that for your best heel. You don't want your best heel to feel like The Miz. You don't want him to feel cringy. You don't want the belt to be around that. You know, this is something, the stuff he was doing with Adam Cole is what I'd expect R-Truth to be doing. It's what I'd expect Pretty Deadly to be doing. It's not what I expect the AEW World Champion to be doing. But, people can say that it worked for their audience. Well, that's absolutely fine. But their audience is 850,000 and it ain't moved. So it might have worked for their audience, but I'm sure they'd like a bigger audience. So it might need to work for more than just their audience. And that's, I think, has also been their problem, is that they cater to their audience. They don't cater to the fans that aren't watching. And I think that... It's just broken. That's the simple truth. It's just broken. It's broken. It's a broken toy that needs fixing and can be fixed. It's not dead. It's broken, but it's not dead. And, its numbers are still pretty consistent at like 850 or whatever, Collision still managed to pull in 400,000 against NXT on Saturday. It's not gone. It's not dead. The TV situation's interesting because obviously Warner Brothers Discovery are now talking to WWE. Listen, conversations like this happen all the time. This doesn't mean that they're going there. It just means there's a conversation. If I'm Tony, I'm a bit worried because I'd rather they didn't talk to them at all. But if Raw is available and Punk is going to be on that show, and I'm Warner Brothers Discovery, and I just saw what Punk had done to the AEW numbers, and now I can get a bigger promotion that is going to have Punk as well. If I can get the numbers working on that, yeah, I am going to be interested. But that's obviously going to be a big concern to Tony. But loyalty is not something that exists in the business world. Tony might be loyal to Warner Brothers Discovery, but I very much doubt Warner Brothers Discovery are going to be loyal to Tony. This is cutthroat. This is why Vince was so good, because he understood that side of business. You know, it is dog eat dog. It is the winner survives and the loser is gone. You know, there are so many times where WWE could have gone to the wall. So many times where if a weaker person was in charge, WWE may have not been around now. We might not be sat here doing this watch along. We might not have the company to watch, because if Vince hadn't been as strong as what he'd done and who he was, this company could have lost many, many times. Could have lost to WCW. Could have lost to the territories, you know. But he has stood his grounds, done some dirty tactics, done what is needed, and found a way of coming through. You might not like what he did with MLW, trying to not get them, but that's the kind of mindset that has kept WWE where they are. And there's plenty of people out there that are like, nah, that's dirty, you can't do that. That's fine. That's fine. But that is also what has kept WWE where they are, and it's resulted in them being the biggest company in the wrestling space, is those kinds of tactics. You know, they stole all the talent from the other territories in the 80s. They went national when the NWA was not looking to go national. Like, all the territories had their own space, and then WWE was like, okay, well, we'll have that, we'll have that, we'll have that, we'll have that. And they started growing, and the NWA was like, you're not allowed to do that. And they were like, watch us. And they took over, you know. Vince even said if his dad had known that that's what he was going to do, his dad would never have sold WWE to him. He would never have sold the company to him. So he even had to deceive his dad. He even deceived his dad at the start to even get WWE, because his plans would not have been okayed by his own father. So this is what Vince has done over the years, and this is a big difference with Tony. Tony's a nice guy. Tony's a nice guy, and I don't know that he's got that side to him. You know, Tony strikes me as someone that thinks that we all hold hands and sing Kumbaya, right? That ain't the world. And if he's going to be outfoxed right now by WWE because he thought he had Warner Brothers on lockdown and loyalty means something, right? He might be getting a wake up call. He might be about to get a wake up call, and it could be that they're out of Warner Brothers Discovery, and that they, you know, Warner Brothers Discovery might think to themselves, we don't need two wrestling companies. We don't even have the money for two wrestling companies. So if we've got to choose, we're going to choose Raw. We're going to choose Raw with Punk. We can afford it. We're going to go with that, and that's going to give us bigger ratings than all of AEW did anyway. You know, AEW 800 and something thousand on a Wednesday, 400,000 on a Saturday, so that's what, 1.25, and then Rampage 200,000, 250. So what, 1.5? That's about what Raw's doing right now. It's about what Raw's doing. So yeah, this is, do you know what I mean? It's just, it's broken, man. It's broken. They need ruthless people negotiating the TV deals. They need bookers, not booker, but you can have a head booker, of course. But someone needs to book Dynamite. A couple of people. You need to have someone booking Collision. Rampage needs an identity. Don't know what Rampage is, but it needs an identity. I mean, I agree. I mean, Rampage to me could be the developmental brand. You know, that's where you could have like the stars coming through, the stars of tomorrow coming through Rampage, and then that could feed Collision and Dynamite. But listen, we can talk about AEW till the cows come home. I ain't telling you anything you don't already know. I have not said a single thing there that people don't already know. But sometimes it's just nice to hear it from someone else, isn't it? We might all think these things, but sometimes it's just nice to hear it, someone else saying it out loud. But the one thing I will say, just to wrap up on this, because I'm going to wrap up on this now, I think that it's a hard job as well. You can point at it and go, oh, he's an idiot, but I don't think it's an easy job. Could you imagine doing that? Could you imagine having to try and negotiate big TV deals, sort out major stadium shows, whilst also trying to book Dynamite and oversee Collision and Rampage, and you know that he's absolutely integral to all of it, right? I mean, apparently he's been very hands-on with Ring of Honor as well. Apparently he's been really hands-on with Ring of Honor. Apparently, like, the Athena story is something he's been very involved in. What? What? Why? Why? Ring of Honor? Why? I mean, like, that is... you've got... Dynamite's on fire, right? Dynamite is burning down before our eyes. Collision is through the floor with its ratings, and you're faffing around with Athena on Ring of Honor. Dude. WWE might be going to Warner Brothers Discovery, you know, your best friends. You know, the people that you think you're holding hands with around a campfire, and you're messing about with Athena down in Ring of Honor. I'm sure she's great. I'm sure she's great, and I'm sure it's been an amazing title run, but no one's watching it. There's about 5 people that watch Ring of Honor, and one of them is definitely James Chadwick, right? So respect to him, but come on, man. Come on. Come on. It's like Vince McMahon. It's like Vince McMahon faffing around with Tiffany Stratton. Come on. Imagine this. It's broke. It's broken. So, Darwin, thank you for the question. Thank you for the support, my friend. Off Tom 1234 said, do you think CM Punk will win the Rumble? And if so, from what number? I don't think the number matters. I think we've seen number 1 and number 2 winning it so many times in the past that for me it's kind of losing its thing. If someone wins it from number 1 or number 2, oh, they survived the whole Rumble, blah 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 blah. Yeah, brilliant. You know, every Rumble has an Iron Man. Every Rumble has an Iron Man and an Iron Woman, someone that lasts an hour and all this stuff. You see it every single time. For me, I don't care. It makes no difference to me if he wins it from 1 or if he wins it from 30. I don't think more of him from winning it from 1. It really does not make any difference. I've seen it so many times. In fact, it might even be a bit predictable. If he comes out at number 1, then my actual comments will be, oof, going to be tricky, but I don't think he's still not a favourite to win it. That would be my thoughts if he came out at number 1. Maybe some people that haven't watched as much wrestling might be like, oh, that's it. No, he ain't winning now. For me, if he comes out at 1, it doesn't change anything. So the number doesn't bother me. 1, 30, not bothered. In regards to does he win it? I think his favourite. I think it's him, Cody, or Gunther. Gunther was the name that seemed to be floating around before CM Punk came back. I think people were thinking Cody might not win the Rumble because he won it this year. He might, and plus also, I think we love putting obstacles in Cody's way. We love Cody going the long road. So him winning the Rumble is maybe a bit too straightforward, believe it or not. So it might be that, sorry, Cody, it's just not going to happen for you this year. It could be that he doesn't win the Rumble. He doesn't win Elimination Chamber. It could be that it's like, it's not happening, mate. You know, and it all feels like it's not going to happen, and then something happens last minute. Something happens where it just falls into place. An opportunity presents itself. Something happens. Don't know what. All I know is that we love putting obstacles in his way. We love making it hard. And I think him winning the Rumble is not an easy thing to do, but it's an early thing to do. Like, if he wins the Rumble, we know he's facing Roman from that point, really. So I think they might want to delay it. So a lot of people, I think, are looking at it saying, well, he won't win the Rumble, but he'll probably get Elimination Chamber. I might go further and say he doesn't win the Rumble. He doesn't win Elimination Chamber. Because it could be Elimination Chamber, is for the mid-card belts. It could be that Elimination Chamber is actually for a title and we put Logan in the Elimination Chamber. I could see Logan in an Elimination Chamber with the United States title on the line. That could be the men's Elimination Chamber match. And then you do another one, which is the women's. So there might not actually be an Elimination Chamber for getting to Roman. So it might be that if he doesn't win the Rumble, there might not be an Elimination Chamber for him to be a part of. And so it might be that we're, in March before we really get him where he needs to be, which is face Roman. So I'm going to say he doesn't do it. I'm going to say we love putting obstacles in his way. I'm going to say that he doesn't win Elimination Chamber because there's a chance he's not even in it. And I'm going to say that an opportunity somehow is going to present itself. And I've said before, there's so many ways you can get to the match. It could even be that Roman just is like, I've beat everyone. You could do a match where it's like, if you can beat Roman on SmackDown, then you can face him for the title at WrestleMania. And then, I don't know, him against AJ Styles, right? And Roman ends up beating AJ because of outside interference. And so that's it. That's it. AJ was going to be the one. I ain't got no one to face me now. So I'm going to have WrestleMania off, and that's where we are. And then Cody's music hits and Cody comes out, steps up to Roman, doesn't say a word, just punches him in the face. And, Roman then wants to teach Cody another lesson, and that's it, match made. I know that sounds lame. I know it sounds lame, but that is the kind of thing WWE do in the past, where someone just steps up. I said before, the whole reason Logan got a title shot was because he said a few words about Roman on his podcast, and that was enough for Roman to get upset and give him a title match. So sometimes people can really struggle with if it's not going to be Elimination Chamber and it's not going to be the Rumble, how are we going to do it? It's it's really not that complicated. You're overthinking it, right? We've done this so many times where someone just steps up, just punches him in the face or disses him, and Roman gets upset and then gives him a title match. Would it be a lame way of doing it? Yeah, there's probably more creative ways that we can find. You could probably do a gauntlet match with a mystery person that turns out to be Cody, and then he wins the gauntlet match. You could do a battle royal on SmackDown with the winner facing Roman and have Cody as a surprise entrant, right? There's lots of different things that you can do. Lots of different things that you can do. But worst comes to worst, just have him come out and punch Roman in the face, and Roman gets upset and says, I'll see you at WrestleMania. But yeah, I think that that means CM Punk is probably favourite now. CM Punk winning the Rumble. And I suppose it's good because Seth then is forced into having the match. Because I don't think it's a match that he wants to give to CM Punk, but it's a match he might have to contractually give to CM Punk because Punk wins the Rumble. So the match is made. He gets a title match. And he's not going after Roman, he's going after Seth. So I think that's probably the direction we're taking, yes. Where are we? We are 14 minutes away. Steve said it looks like AJ, LA, and Randy all want Roman. Would you like a fatal four-way at the Rumble or a triple threat number one contenders? Hasib, good question, but I always will take number one contenders multi-person matches. I don't mind them. Multi-person matches, to me, the more people you put in, the worse they get. So my preference is one-on-one. If I have to watch a multi-person match, then I will take I don't mind Money in the Bank, or a Rumble, right? Or a Battle Royal. Those, for me, are their own kind of matches. I'm talking about Fatal 4-Way, Fatal 5-Way, 6-pack, blah, blah, blah. For me, they get worse the more people you add. So my preference is one-on-one. And then if I have to have another person, I'll have a triple threat. If I really have to have another person, then I'll take a Fatal 4, right? It's not like, oh my God, 6 people in the ring, that's amazing. To me, that's a nightmare. right? I really am not a fan because it's just a spot fest. It's a spot fest. It's cluttered. You've got like people lying on the outside just selling injuries that just rubbish. You're gonna have someone jump from the top crossbody on a load of people. They all fall down like bowling pins. You're going to get that spot where someone does a power bomb, but to someone that's doing a suplex, or maybe even two suplexes at the same time. Like, we know the spots. We've seen them so many times, and they look rubbish, in my opinion. I like wrestling because I like watching two people battling, or people battling to get the win. Those spots look so fake and scripted and phony that they take away from a match, not add to a match, for me. So, and multi-person matches are so guilty of that. So I can cope with it if we're trying to find a number one contender, because I know that the match we're going to end up getting for the title is going to be one-on-one, and that's great, right? So I'll take the number one contenders. In regards to it being a fatal four-way for a title, well, I don't like multi-person matches because of the fake phony spots anyway, but I also think it's really disrespectful to the champion because someone can pin someone and you lose the title. For me, this is about trying to find who is the best. Who's the best? Who is the best in the women's division? Who's the best tag team? Who's the best? And I don't think a fatal four-way, fatal five-way finds the best. All it does is it just is, you know, there was an opportunity for me to pin this person, I'm champ now. I might not be better than the person that was champion, you know. I get that can sometimes be part of the story. Like, if you had a champion that people loved and someone like The Miz wins the fatal four-way and he's now the champion, he might not deserve it. It might not come across as a deserving champion, but that is a way that we can get the belt onto him. I do understand that. I understand that there is a reason as to why you would do those matches, but I'm not a fan of them. They're not something that I get, like, you know, really excited for. I'm not more excited for that than I am for a one-on-one match. So I would say, and I think it's a big disadvantage to the champion. Again, I know that sometimes that's the purpose of it, but I really like it when they use it as a punishment, actually, because it does feel like a punishment. I remember the one that I remember is Big E at day one. So Big E was the champion and he was going to have a one-on-one match, and then it got turned to a triple threat, and Big E was like, bring it on, more the merrier, I'll beat them all. And it's like, well, no, you won't, because they could double team you and then one could pin the other and you've lost your belt and there's not much you can do about it, right? But he was like, nah, bring it on. And then it turned to a fatal four-way. Someone else got involved and he was like, nah, yeah, it's fine, bring it on. It's like, Big E, the odds, you know, you've got 25% chance of winning now, right? Your odds keep going down, mate. And then on the day of the show, Roman was injured, and so Brock got added, and they went to Big E backstage, and he was like, it's going to make it so much harder, but I'm so used to climbing mountains, like, bring it on, more than... He was still singing the same song. I just find it so frustrating, because how many people need to be in this match before he gets upset? Are we going to need to put 20 people in the match before he's like, do you know what? They're screwing me here. It's like, dude, you're being screwed. You're being cheated out of this belt. They clearly don't want you as champion. You're being screwed over. You've now got a 20% chance of retaining your title, and it's not your fault. It's not your... He didn't even do anything wrong. It's just WWE was so incompetent that you couldn't establish who the number one contender was. So they just kept adding people to the championship match. And Big E was just like, bring it on, more the merrier. It's brilliant. Love it. It's like, dude, you're getting screwed. So I find that very frustrating. That winds me up. That's like... and he lost his belt. He lost his belt. And guess what? He was sad after, and he ended up going to SmackDown, and that's when he broke his neck with Ridge Holland. And I'm not saying that led to that, but like, he was champion, and after that match, he was no longer champion, and he went into it with a smile on his face, baby face. Yeah, bring it on. I'll face all comers. I just think that's maybe you could got away with that back in the 80s or something, but it just doesn't land for me now. I've said before, to me, a champion is someone that is a great wrestler, clearly, but someone that's got some up here as well. You know, we had this big conversation about Roman, and people were like, oh, I don't like Roman because he always has the bloodline help him out. And my counter to that is, yes, he does. So if you're a babyface and you're going up against Roman, you should know this. This should not be a surprise. So what have you planned? What have you done to counter the bloodline? If you are Cody going into WrestleMania and you have not got a plan for each member of the bloodline to deal with them so that it's just going to be you and Roman, right? You're an idiot. You don't deserve the title. You're an idiot. I don't care that you're the better wrestler. You're stupid. Stupid people don't deserve recognition, right? You don't deserve a belt. So for me, like, you can point to the outside interference of the bloodline, but if I'm a babyface, I need to have a plan to deal with that. And no babyface yet has found an answer for the bloodline, for like dealing with. They can all seemingly beat Roman. They've all had Roman in a very vulnerable position, and then Solo interferes or Jimmy interferes or something like this. Well, why didn't they plan that in advance? Why didn't they have someone come down and take them out earlier in the match? Why are they even at ringside? How have they not been able to counter this? Like, you've got to, you know, being a champion means you are the best at this, and part of this is mental. And so we've just got a load of stupid baby faces around, which is very frustrating. The one I said before, the one that I really like is Drew, because Drew went to Clash at the Castle and he did deal with the blood. They were not there. He wiped them all out. It was going to be him against Roman. I think Heyman was there, but other than that, it was him against Roman. And I thought they did that so well. There was no Usos. There was no Sammy. Yeah, there was a problem with Austin Theory, but actually Tyson Fury dealt with that for Drew. I don't know if that was something they'd planned together. I don't know if he'd said to him, listen, if he tries to cash in, I want you to knock him out. But maybe even that was planned. But the one thing he didn't plan for was Solo Sikoa, who hadn't been on the main roster. It's the first time we saw him. He came up from NXT, and I can understand Drew not planning for that. I've got total respect for Drew not planning for that, because you could understand that being overlooked. You could understand that. I believe that. So for me, like, that's one of the best title matches we had, because Drew did plan for the bloodline and took them all out, but he couldn't plan for someone coming up from NXT, you know? So I thought that was a good one. But yeah, these baby faces, they're idiots normally. Idiots. You've got to make sure that you've got like your plans in place, if you will. So going back to the original question, do I like multi-person number one contender matches or multi-person title matches? I think that a champion being screwed over in that way is a punishment. So if you're going to do like a fatal four-way, then it needs to be because the champion deserves to be put in that position. They've done something to warrant being put in that position. Otherwise, it's really unfair to them. This is the sort of psychology that I really love when WWE pay attention to this sort of detail. This is the sort of detail that matters to me. This is the sort of detail that, if it doesn't get booked correctly, bothers me. And you can say that it shouldn't, and you can say that it's petty or whatever, but we have shown in the past that we are capable of going to this level of detail. And I think Triple H is quite good, actually, also thinking along these sorts of lines. And this is part of why I think Triple H does such a good job, because I think Vince was maybe not as focused or worried about those things. I think Triple H has just got a bit more of an awareness of these kinds of things. And as I said, for me, it does make a difference. So yeah, if I was to have a multi-person title match compared to a multi-person number one contenders match, I'll take the multi-person number one contenders all the time. Because that makes sense. You got a load of people battling to be the person to face the champion. Granted, you're probably not going to find the person that was most deserving from a multi-person match. You're going to find the person that was the most fortunate, that had the opportunity first to pin someone or submit someone. It's not an indicator that they are the number one contender. They are the best. But that's why I don't mind it for a number one contenders. For a championship, I just think it's really unfair on the champion. And I don't think it results in you finding who the actual best person is. But as I said, I understand that sometimes that's why you do it. You do it because you just want to get it onto a belt of someone that maybe isn't that deserving. Delwyn, shout out to you, buds. How long we got? We've got 2 minutes. Delwyn said, Vince has to make something for WWE fans in post-pandemic. He created the bloodline for Roman, Usos, Heyman, and made Roman a bigger star in the company. Since Triple H took over, Vince, head of creative, he has improved the overall quality of the show. Yep. So, Vince did... was the one that created the bloodline. That is correct. I think he did it with Roman. I think it was a Roman idea, actually. When Roman came back, he wanted to explore being a heel, and I think they were able, along with Paul Heyman, to convince Vince to go in that direction. So I don't know that it was a Vince idea per se, but he's the one that okayed it and got the ball rolling. I think the story drastically improved when Triple H took over. You know, Sammy said that he just could not get to Roman. Sammy couldn't get to Roman under Vince. They just kept him at the locker room door. He was interacting with the Usos, but he couldn't get in to get to Roman. And it's when Triple H takes over that Triple H starts having Sammy and Roman together. He starts getting into Roman's locker room. He starts coming down to the ring as part of the bloodline. Before that, he wasn't. Under Vince, he wasn't. So Triple H is someone that really opened that door for Sammy, and look where it led. Look what we got. Honorary Usi, the Rumble moment, Elimination Chamber. Yeah, you know, it's just a little... It's just crazy, isn't it? All Vince had to do was let Sammy walk through that door, literally walk through that changing room door, so that he could get segments with Roman, and Vince wasn't opening the door for Sammy. But Triple H did. And Sammy killed it. He killed it. So it's true. Yeah, it did start under Vince, but it was drastically improved by Triple H. Aaron, shout out to you, bud. I hope you're well. Aaron, the living legend. Met Aaron at Wrestling Shop Live. He's alright. Aaron said, I agree. AEW being around is good for WWE. In my opinion, the wrestlers, they get better. I like the product, but we have opinions over lol videos. Aaron, shout out to you. Yeah, it's everyone's entitled to their opinions, and if there's people out there that love the current AEW product, God bless you. I mean, clearly there's a lot of people that do. It is still pulling in healthy numbers. You know, 850,000 for Dynamite. I mean, people say that it should be doing 1 million, right? But it ain't that far off 1 million. It's like, what, 150,000? It ain't 1 million miles away. Right, we're starting with Roman. Dun, dun. It's not working. Okay, Roman is making his way down. I think I might have unplugged it. Here he is. Loud boos. Yeah, yeah, if you're still into the current product, then great. 850,000 for Dynamite R. But it is definitely better having it around for just wrestling in general, even WWE. Okay, Solo, Jimmy, Roman making their way down to the ring. The Bloodline are here. Let's go. No commentary, which is nice, actually. Throwing up the wands. Pyro going up into the skies. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's been a while. I don't know the last time we saw him, actually. Wow. Look at Heyman just staring at Roman. Jimmy applauding in the background. Solo. Heyman. I've said before, I mean, Roman is so big because when Roman's not there, he gets spoken about. There's not many superstars that when they're not around, they're still being mentioned and still being spoken about, you know? But Roman is in that bracket. Roman making his way down to the ring. God mode, said George. People throwing up the wands. K-pop lover said Roman is a false god. Let him in said I've missed Roman so much. Source in Sam said I can't stand Roman. He's gonna get RKO'd. Well, who interferes? Who is gonna make their presence felt? Okay, so Randy Jimmy is on the show tonight. It's a big Smackdown tonight. We've covered so many topics. So many topics. I don't think we really hyped up enough how great it is to have Roman Reigns back. It's a weird one because I think at the moment we're kind of living through this reign and we don't see him that often, and he's obviously very inactive, and when he does have matches there's outside interference. But I've said before, like, how much outside interference and how much cheating was there during Bruno Sammartino's run, right? Pedro Morales' run, Bob Backlund's run, right? How much inactivity was there? Like, to be honest, we don't know the details. I mean, it was so long ago, and that is how this Roman reign is going to be remembered as well. You fast forward 20 years, this is still going to be spoken about as just an incredible title run. This is in the history books, man. This is one of the greatest title runs WWE has ever had. And those little details of, well, how often did he defend and all that, it'll be irrelevant. It feels relevant now, but it'll become irrelevant. It's just about how long he had the belt for. So, seeing him, he feels... I mean, this is a guy that... You could see him being a top star in the Attitude Era. No problem. No problem. This guy stands alongside Triple H, The Rock, Stone Cold. No problem. Shut your mouths now. So, Roman in the ring, 6 minutes in. We're just about to get started with the promo. I wouldn't have to do that if you'd have kept the booze down. It's holidays. It's the Christmas. We need to celebrate. It's promotion season. I'm a good boss. I'm a fair tribal chief. When someone's doing good, we let them know. Where's this going? Solo. promotion season. This man has bent over backwards. He's sacrificed everything you can imagine. You can see that, you can see Jimmy thinks it's him, so it's clearly not going to be him. If something happens to me, this is the man that's going to step up. Big smile on Jimmy's face. Brushing it. Oh, he's ready, man. He's ready. This is so good. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I'm ready, man. I'm ready. Here we go. I'm going to be the new tribal chief. Randy chance. This man is going to be responsible for the bloodline. The jacket's coming off. Let's go. I'm ready. I think he's moved forward. He's standing next to him. So, it's gone to solo. That's awkward. That's awkward, isn't it? That's awkward. It moved forward as well. It stood right next to him. Well, yeah, I mean, look, you win some, you lose some, don't you? Right, here's Randy. Oh. This is good. We eating good. Randy Orton making his way down. Now, is this him coming after Roman? He said he wants all of the bloodline. Or is this just setting up between him and Jimmy? We know that match is coming up tonight. Randy making his way down. Oh man, I'm here for this. I'm here for this. Face to face between these two. I need to see Randy and Roman going at it on the mic, man. I need to see these two going at it on the mic. Oh, we eating good, boys and girls. We eating good. Mitchell said, I'm gutted. I wanted it to be Paul. Yes. Paul, the new tribal chief. God, could you imagine everyone's face if that had happened? But we eating good, says the guy. Roman versus Randy. It's coming, said Lone Star Friends. Maggie said, I don't care what anyone else is doing. Roman's here. Wrestle with Andy, hello. Randy dethrones Roman at the Rumble, and we get Rock Roman at Mania, and then Orton Cody as well. Well, that is definitely a direction you could go if they... In fact, it's an excellent direction if they've got The Rock. But I'm just not sold that they have got The Rock. But that is definitely a great shout if that's... If he loses, then that is a great shout. I just don't know that we've got The Rock. But imagine if we do that. Randy. Jesus, think about that. Rock Roman. Randy. Cody. CM Punk Seth. Rhea Ripley Becky. Jesus. Jesus. Didn't even know a show like that was possible. Didn't even know that you could book a show like that. Rock Roman, CM Punk Seth, Randy Orton Cody Rhodes, Rhea Ripley versus Becky Lynch. That would have to be the greatest WrestleMania ever, wouldn't it? That would have to be the greatest WrestleMania ever. Might be the greatest thing that's ever happened, to be honest, out of anything. And I would include the invention of the internet the invention of television. I would include the invention of... What's underrated? What's an underrated gadget? Nothing. That's it. They're the only two things that have ever mattered. TV and the internet. Literally, I can't think of anything else. Nothing else. They say sliced bread, but do you know what? I think eating a whole loaf at once is probably that'd be wild. I'd love that. Imagine if we were toasting whole loaves of bread in one go. That would be better, wouldn't it, than like little slices? Ugh. Sliced bread sucks. Overrated. Mitchell said, where's the we eating good emoji? Yeah, we do need a we eating good emoji. We eating goods. That's a good shout, that is. It's a good shout, that is. I've made a note of that. Let's jot it down. Right, here's... has he been standing on the outside of the ring all this time? Erase Your Mind said WrestleMania 40 is going to be an all-timer. I am so excited. I might set the stream up now. I might start streaming now. We'll just go straight through to April. Let's go. I pretty much stream all the time anyway. So we'll just do one long stream where I do all my Raws and Smackdowns and everything on that one stream. We'll just go straight through to April. Randy. Okay, Randy in the ring. I've been thinking about this moment right here. What I'm going to do. What I'm going to say. Daddy's home. Daddy's back. I'm coming for you. Oh. You took 18 months away from me. Big Dog calls him Big Dog. I'm challenging you. Wow. Randy challenges Roman at the Rumble. Randy. So the challenge has been issued. Will it be accepted? Big Dog. RKO chance. RKO chance. RKO. RKO. Let's see what Roman's going to say. From the sound and the fans, it sounds like you deserve it. The opportunity to face him, that is. I haven't thought about you. I love that line. I love that line. You can go to the back of the line where you belong. You haven't done anything to earn this opportunity. That's not how it works. It is how it works. It's how it's worked before, Roman. Why don't you listen to those voices? It's not 2007 anymore. I'm levels above you. Heyman. If you have a match with me, it ain't an 18-month vacation next time. It's retirement. I can see that you've changed for the better. You, sir, are a legend. Randy is so big, and he is actually taller than Roman and bigger than Roman. I've evolved. I think he has evolved. Ugh. Oh, it's so good. You've evolved into a legend, but I am and will always be a legend. Killer goes to the RKO. Oh, didn't get it. Didn't get it. Oh, that was out of nowhere as well. That was so good. This is so good. We eating so good. Oh, hello. He's getting some up. Voices. My weather report. Weather report's coming through. Heavy RKO showers, my guess. You might have just crapped your pants, Roman. That's what my voices are telling me. His voices are funny. Huh? He's got a few clowns in his head. Throws the mic away, walks out the ring. Great. Great. Great, great, great. Great with a little more great on top. So he wants to face him at the Rumble, but it wasn't accepted. I love that. There's so many great lines in there. I've been thinking about what to say for 18 months. I ain't been thinking about you at all. Daddy's back. Randy will lose at the Rumble. So, well, I mean, Roman said to the back of the queue, didn't he? So, to my knowledge, it's not been accepted yet. I mean, it definitely feels like it's happening, right? I'm not saying it's not happening, but it is yet to be accepted. Kevin Owens, Austin Theory. Are we getting... Oh, I think we are getting that match. I feel good that we're getting the match. We're having a little look at Carmelo Hayes. Daddy's back. They should let Randy win, but most likely won't. Okay, we just got a little thing on Carmelo. Let's just do a quick video. That's a big segment, man, so feels video worthy. Big segment to open up this week's SmackDown. We started with the Bloodline and a real fun moment where Roman was praising Solo. Jimmy thought he was being spoken about, but it actually turned out to be Solo. Roman was saying that this person's going to step up when I'm not around and all that kind of stuff. But this was interrupted by Randy Orton. Randy Orton, who is huge. I know we keep saying this, but he is absolutely huge. He looks like a new species of human. He is just absolutely jacked. Got in the ring. He's that little bit taller than Roman. He's definitely bigger than Roman as well. The size difference here was quite striking to me, actually. So Randy came down to the ring. He got into the ring and stepped up to Roman and basically challenged him at the Royal Rumble. Now, this wasn't accepted. yet, but it definitely feels like this is where we're going. Definitely feels like it's going to be Randy versus Roman. He said, I've been thinking about you for 18 months. Roman replied, I haven't thought about you at all. Randy said, I challenge you to a match at the Rumble. As we said, it wasn't accepted. Roman told him to get to the back of the queue. So I think we're just going to put maybe a few obstacles in the way, but it definitely feels like this is the match we're building towards. And some great moments, really great lines. There was a great line about how Randy said that Roman had evolved into a legend and that he is a legend killer, and that really popped the crowd. Roman also said that if they face, it won't be another 18-month vacation, it'll be retirement for Randy. So some really good lines back and forth, edge of the seat, super compelling segment, everything you would expect from a Roman appearance on SmackDown. We don't get them that often. Everything you would expect. Took up the first 20 odd minutes of the show. Honestly, it could have been 2 hours. It would have been brilliant. It was really compelling. But the big talking point is that it looks like we're building towards Roman versus Randy at the Royal Rumble. Right, we are at commercial break. And we are going to our next match, and our next match is going to be the match between Grayson Waller and Carmelo Hayes. We just saw a video package on Carmelo Hayes. Right, we're up to speed with our super chats. I'm just going to check that video onto the second channel. Again, we're keeping this channel clean for the LOL videos. We do videos on here now of like funny moments in wrestling history, which we are uploading like a few of those each week. So we're using this channel for the streams, and for those videos, we're using the second channel for like these news videos now. We put a video up over on that second channel about Kenny Omega earlier as well. Obviously, the news coming through about Kenny. It's probably the big news today that he is out indefinitely with diverticulitis. Randy Orton challenges Roman Reigns to a match at the Royal Rumble. Cynthia, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing good, thank you. I am doing good. I'm so excited for the new year, if you will. I'm so excited to get into WrestleMania season. I mean, I've got to say, this is one of the best Decembers I have ever experienced in the sense of excitement and momentum. Normally this time of year, as we said, is quite flat. The year is done. We're literally just trying to get through to January. But this has got quite a bit going for it because of CM Punk's return, to be honest, and Randy's return. It's meant that there's, really the WrestleMania season to me feels like it's already started. It normally starts in January. I kind of feel like we've already begun. So loving it. Think we're in a great place, but all it's doing is making me more excited for what's to come. And that is next year. Next year is going to be huge. WrestleMania 40 is not just another WrestleMania, is it? And the different directions that we can go. There's so many great possibilities. Right, we're seeing a nice shot of inside the arena. We got Grayson Waller in the ring. He's going to be taking on... him. Do you think Randy will be the one to take down Roman, said Trey? I don't personally. I like what Wrestle with Andy said earlier. I think that there's a chance, there's a reason why you could go in that direction. But I'm just personally not sold on Rock Roman being the match for WrestleMania. So that's my barrier, to be honest. Other than that, I think there's a chance. But being this close to WrestleMania, chances are you wouldn't want to take the title off Roman this close to WrestleMania. The only reason you would do it is if you have got the Rock match planned. But I'm not sold that they do. Good luck, random guy, says Logan. Carmelo Hayes in the ring. Good luck, random guy, says Logan. Get your family to DVR this. It's the only time that you're going to be on SmackDown. So this is United States Championship Tournament. Bobby beat Carrion. He's going to be facing Santos. Tonight we've got Austin Theory, Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens apparently with a broken hand. And we've got Carmelo Hayes taking on Grayson Waller. Randy Orton challenges Roman Reigns to a championship match. Right, it's going to be interesting to see how he does here. This is a match that we've seen before down in NXT. Against the ropes goes Carmelo Hayes. Over the top, lands on his feet, pushes. Grayson against the ropes. Lovely. Into a drop kick. Nice work there by Carmelo. Carmelo, for those that don't watch NXT, big star. Former NXT champion. Always around the main event picture. Lovely work there by Grayson, who gets up and then gets took straight back down again by Carmelo. Logan wouldn't last 2 minutes with him, said Zoom Station. Okay, we've got Grayson in control. Big shot coming into the midsection by Grayson. It's a lovely right hand, lovely strike by Grayson, which regained the momentum for him. Cal, Liv Morgan got arrested. What? Liv Morgan got arrested? What do you mean? Is this... What? What did she get arrested for? Oh my God. Cal, bringing us the hottest takes, the freshest scoops. Guys, Liv Morgan's a criminal. She is a criminal. She has been shoplifting. She has been selling weapons to the Middle East. Oh my God, she was arrested after a traffic stop. Morgan was arrested for possession of marijuana, possession of drugs, possibly a synthetic cannabinoid. Morgan has already been bonded out. We've got a mugshot. We've got a mugshot, Cal. Shout out to you. We got breaking news. She's a criminal. She's a criminal. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bad girls, bad girls. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad girls, bad girls. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for... Breaking news. She's a drugs baron. I've heard the word baron being used, and they're not talking about Corbin. Oh my God, I feel sick. I feel cheated. It's always the ones that you don't expect. Innit? Look at this. This is where the picture was taken. This is where the picture was taken. Oh my God, I've thrown up. I've literally just thrown up. You don't expect it from these people, do you? She only spent all of 2 minutes with MJF. She's already been corrupted. Unflipping believable. Unbelievable. We believe in Liv. I don't. I mean, like, what I'm seeing here suggests that she is the biggest drugs baron since Pablo Escobar, right? Apparently, she is a gang lord leader. Right, she is like, she's got gangs, she's got networks all over the US, right? That feeder systems. You've seen Breaking Bad. You know how it works. Disgusting. I feel sick. I feel cheated. Massive, massive breaking news. A big thank you to Cal W for bringing this to our attention. This is not a made-up image. This is an actual mugshot of Liv Morgan. Liv Morgan is a criminal. This is breaking news. So this emerged just a couple of minutes ago, coming from PW Insider. WWE star Liv Morgan arrested in Summer County, Florida, after a traffic stop. Morgan was arrested for possession of marijuana, apparently not more than 20 grams, and possession of drugs, possibly a synthetic cannabinoid. I mean, I don't even know these words. These are drug words. Morgan has been bonded out already, so we know that she's not currently active in WWE, but this is crazy. So yeah, a traffic stop basically has resulted in them finding drugs. Don't know why they issued a traffic stop. Don't know if there was something that was happening that was suspicious, which has resulted in the traffic stop, or if it was just a random traffic stop. But they unfortunately did find things. And to my knowledge, the first time she's got in trouble. I'm not aware of her getting in trouble before. But yeah, I mean, as you can imagine, this mugshot is absolutely everywhere. And this is going to be very much the talking point of the wrestling community over the next few days. But yeah, we're waiting for more details. But at least we know the headlines. So yeah, this isn't fake. This is true. She has been arrested. And but she is already out on bail. I cannot believe it. I think that's so big I might put it on the main channel. Liv Morgan arrested for attacking old people, for shoplifting, for this is shocking. I am shocked. I always knew she was a wronger. OMG. Liv Morgan arrested. Huge. Cal, shout out to you, man. This is, you know, when you get a story like this, it's a big story. This is one that's going to be everywhere. That image alone is just such a, it feels like it's been made up on AI. I'm waiting for someone to go, you know that's fake, right? Because it feels like it, doesn't it? You don't expect this from her. She's like the nice girl next door. But what we're learning here is there's no such thing as nice girls. They're all drugs barons. Literally every female has got like dirty secrets like this. A disgrace. I'm appalled. Not like me. I've got no issue, no vices. I just sit here and stream wrestling. I'm really dull. I wish I was even half as excited as Liv Morgan. Why can't I get arrested? I don't do anything even remotely exciting enough to get arrested. Bad girls, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? And she's the new Tammy Sitch. Unbelievable. I've told you, women, didn't I? I said this. Blooming women. Oh, God. Liv Morgan fans, where are you? Come on. I need to know your thoughts on this. How do you feel about your girl being one of the biggest criminals in US history? You know, you think about these names like the Boston Strangler. You've got the Boston Strangler. You've got who else? Who else is there? I think that's it, innit? That's the only criminal ever. But she is right up there with them now. I can think of UK criminals. I'm not very good at, like, US criminals. Ted Bundy. King Kong Bundy. All these people. She's basically the modern King Kong Bundy. I wonder if she would burn one and watch a day stream. Nah, listen, if she's doing drugs, I think she's already too cool for a day stream. We're too nice here. We're too polite. These are the kind of streams that your parents are fine with you watching. Do you know what I mean? Liv is more into those streams where, you know, your parents would be a bit disappointed if you was watching it. We don't break the law enough over here for Liv Morgan. She's watching drug streams. She's watching criminal streams where they talk about all their criminal activity that they've been up to. That's what she watches. She goes on the dark web. She doesn't come on this web. She goes on the dark web. I can't believe it. I'm so disappointed. The worst serial killer of all time worked at a college I went to. Well, listen, the worst criminal of all time was on a show I watched. The worst criminal ever was on a show I used to watch called Wrestling. I am so disappointed. Is anyone else disappointed? I am so disappointed. I've never felt disappointment like this before. I'm disappointed in her. I'm disappointed in me. I'm disappointed in WWE. Carmelo with a leg drop to the back of the heads. Pin there by Carmelo. A kick out by Grayson. Carmelo Hayes progresses, but there's a bigger story going on at the moment. Well done, Carmelo Hayes, but I'm afraid that your situation has been overshadowed by criminal mastermind. I can't. I feel sick. Do 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 do. I heard a rumor she's going to get the death penalty. That's what you need to. That's what you need to prepare yourself for. Martin Scorsese is working on her biopic. Very good. Very good. Mello wins. It was a fun match. Alistair, what are you doing? No one cares. Haven't you heard the news? Haven't you heard the flipping news? Dude, even Carmelo wasn't paying attention. He was on his phone. Here's Randy. Here's LA Knight. Wow. Mental. Okay. So we've got Randy and we've got LA Knight. We do need to pay attention to this. So LA Knight making it clear to Randy he wants Roman Reigns. So not a great confrontation between those two. Oh, hello. That's new CGI for Kevin Owens. You see that? A brick wall and then it smashes. New CGI for KO. Look great. Kevin Owens making his way out. Oh my god, this could be a new gimmick. She's gonna return like nails. She's gonna come back. This is gonna be a whole new thing for her. She only got arrested so that she could use it in her character. Oh my god, we're gonna put her in a mixed tag team with Dominic Mysterio. That's exactly what we need to do. If we don't do that, we've dropped the ball, man. We have so dropped the ball. This is one of those where, honestly, my brain just fires like a million things. I love these stories. I love these stories. I get so excited about these stories. I've been saying female nails for like 10 minutes. Yeah, but that's just a kinky thing that you was talking about. You're just talking about female hands. I'm talking about Nails, the character. Let's go. Liv is going to be Dirty Dog's new mom. Okay, I'm going to get to the chat. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's honestly one of those that just, you know, these stories that just come out of nowhere and you're like, what? You just can't fathom it. Can't believe it. I mean, like, she's someone that I could imagine smokes marijuana, right? Who cares? But to the point where she gets arrested. We've looked at this before. What's the law? What's the law in Florida on marijuana? I mean, there must have been a reason as to why they pulled her over. There must have been a reason as to why, like, a car doesn't just drive and you go, should we pull that over? I mean, maybe sometimes they do random stops, but it would sort of suggest to me that she was maybe incapacitated a little bit, or there was something suspicious, little swerve, bit of speeding, don't know. But then they pull it over and they have a little look around, and then they find, I think if you find cannabis, that's probably fine in Florida. Is anyone in Florida? Mitchell's in Florida. Weed is still illegal in a lot of places. We looked at a list. Florida weed laws. Cannabis in Florida is illegal for recreational use. Possession of up to 20 grams is a misdemeanor offense, punishable by up to a year in jail. Hang on. Hang on. I'm all for having fun, right? And I'm all for having a laugh. But I don't want us getting, like, serious trouble. I don't want us, like, going down for a year or anything like this. This is, hang on, this is getting serious now. So, it's illegal for recreational use. Possession of up to 20 grams is a misdemeanor, and it is punishable for up to a year in jail. A fine of $1,000. I mean, that ain't gonna bother her, is it? And the suspension of a license. That could be a problem for her. Several cities and counties have enacted reforms to apply lesser penalties. Okay. So it's probably one of those that maybe sounds worse than what they actually dish out. But yeah, I mean, look, according to this on Wikipedia, cannabis in Florida, possession of up to 20 grams is a misdemeanor. So if you go over 20, and don't forget, this isn't the only thing she was caught having. According to the tweet from PW Insider, which I saw, I think, through WrestleVotes, there was another item, was there not? Morgan arrested for possession of marijuana, not more than 20 grams, and then possession of drug equipment and possession of drugs. So marijuana, drug equipment, and possession of drugs, possibly synthetic cannabinoids, at 6:30 yesterday. Oh, there's actually a few more details here. After a sheriff saw a yellow Jeep she was operating crossing over white and yellow lines. Knew that the police wouldn't just randomly stop her, or at least didn't think they would. But according to this, her Jeep was going over white and yellow lines on a county roads. According to the arrest reports, when a Sumter County deputy approached Morgan's vehicle, the odor of marijuana was detected. Found inside Morgan's vehicle was a small plastic bag. It's always a small plastic bag, isn't it? It's never inside a teddy bear. It's always inside a small plastic bag. If ever you get into a vehicle with drugs in a small plastic bag, you're just asking to get caught. I just feel like it's always that. So, small plastic bag containing marijuana, a vape pen, which had an oil-like substance. The substance was tested and was proved to be marijuana, according to the arrest report. Morgan, bonded out for $3,000, was released last night at 10:04. Morgan has been out of action with a shoulder injury and has been making promotional appearances. She was at the Iron Claw premiere in Hollywood. That's probably where she got it from. She was probably fine until she went to Hollywood and then she got addicted. Well, a few more details there. So we know that the car was actually swerving, going over white yellow lines. So she was clearly not in a great state of mind while she was driving. Again, I like to have jokes, but maybe there's gonna be parts of this story which we can't joke about, you know? Because there's nothing funny about operating a vehicle whilst being under, like, you know. If they just pulled her over and then they found the stuff in the car, that's one thing. But if it's going to be a case that she was, like, intoxicated, we saw the Sonny situation. Look what happened there. Look what happened with Sonny and that guy that got killed. She was driving whilst how did hang on, I'm getting angry now. I think we're going through the stages of grief. I'm actually getting in. I've gone through jokes and now I'm actually going into anger. How the hell do you look at what happened to Sonny just the other day? Look at all of the fallout of that, and then you still decide to get into a vehicle, operate a vehicle, whilst being less than 100%, whilst having something in your system. Did she not follow the Sonny situation? I mean, the actual bit where she gets told she's going to prison for like 17 years, like the sentencing is all over YouTube. Like, everyone was talking about her being sentenced to 17 years. How do you then... you've either got to have, like, an addiction, right? Which is very serious. Or you've got to be an absolute stupid muppet, right? That just... Oh, it won't happen to me. It won't happen to me. Well, guess what? It did. It did. I'm angry now. I've gone from telling jokes to being angry. Now that I found out that she was, like, potentially intoxicated to some degree whilst actually driving, that's made me angry. And so, just mere, like, weeks after the Sonny sentencing, I just don't get it. I thought it was pretty fun when, I thought she'd just been pulled over and they found stuff in her vehicle, but now that it turns out that she might have been a bit... I mean, we don't know the full details. I'll keep the anger to a minimum, but yeah, it's not a good look, man. Liv and Dom should call themselves the Jailbirds, said Suzanne. Right, I want to try and get into the chat because we've been obviously just giving our initial reaction to this for quite a while now. I know that this has been a big distraction. I do apologise, but I'm sure you understand. You know, yes, the United States tournament is interesting, but I feel like we're dealing with what could potentially be one of the biggest stories of the year here. So, Cal, thank you for bringing that to our attention. BBB Yipsy said Liv Morgan and her Cabal faction, very scary faction. Is that what they're called? I don't know. I don't know drugs. Are they called a Cabal faction? I don't know. I just heard rumours that she is one of the biggest drug players in the United States. Mitchell said, plot twist, streaming wrestling is your vice. That's true, yeah. That's true, actually. Caffeine, tablets are my vice. These are my drugs. If I got pulled over, they'd find boxes of Power Kick, extra energy, caffeine and glucose. Which, I don't know, perhaps like you couldn't drive if you had a few of these. I don't know. It doesn't say that you can't. It just says keep out of the reach of children. Perhaps they'd find, like, boxes of these, and I'd get done for too much caffeine. Caffeine overdosing me. Aaron, shout out to you, said she did always say, watch me, the minute the police do stuff like that. Aaron's brought me back to the jokes, though. That's very good. I hope you tweeted that out. Guys, if you've got funny... I'm still at the point where I'm willing to share jokes. So if you've got funny stuff like what Aaron's just done, you better be putting it in a tweet and tagging me in it, because I will retweet these. I will retweet the hell out of these. Aaron, that is good. That is good. She did always say, watch me. The minute the police do, stuff like this happens. She was just dropping Riddle's belongings back to him. It's not fair. It's not fair. She was only... all they did was empty out his locker. And she was just taking it over to him. And the thing was, of course she was swerving. Because the smell that's emanating it from it, they polluted the vehicle. It's not her fault. Can I just say as well, as mugshots go, that ain't it. Neither's that. Have I got it? There it is. As mugshots go, it's a good mugshot, actually. Do you know what I mean? She looks like... You've got to remember that this was yesterday. I think, didn't they say she got bailed out at like 10 o'clock? So this is 10 o'clock at night. She's obviously just been through a very traumatic experience. No one's going to want their picture being taken. But you got to say she looks good, man. All things considered. She looks good. A little, like, you know, dark under the eyes. You know, I'm sure it's been a bit stressful. But outside of that, she's looking fabulous. I say, put it on a shirt. I say, put it on a shirt. That'll sell. Make it part of a gimmick. As long as I don't want to find out that she was actually intoxicated whilst driving, right? There ain't no way we're making fun of that. Not after the Sunny stuff. Not after the Sunny stuff. I'm kind of conflicted. So I still want to joke about it because, like, to me, there is humor here. But then my brain keeps going, the Sunny situation. You remember the Sunny situation? I'm like, yeah, dude, this sucks. So if I seem a bit like I'm all over the road, it's not cannabis or marijuana. I'm blaming the caffeine pills. It's too much glucose, guys. It's a silent killer. Right, Theory and Kevin, we are sneaking our way to the second hour. Good jokes, Aaron. Good jokes. Sounds like Adam Pearce is in the Iron Claw. It was just weed, said It's McCade. Well, you say just weed, It's McCade, but we just read that it's still illegal in Florida and it can be punishable to up to a year. So, and also, if she was swerving, she may have been smoking whilst driving, and I ain't applauding that. If she, I know, like, people will be like, "Oh, stop being square" and everything, but listen, someone got killed. An innocent person got killed by Sunny, not our Sunny, but Sunny, new generation Sunny, Sunny Sitch. And I watched that sentencing, and I saw what Sunny had to say about it and everything, and it is genuinely heartbreaking. So for her to do that, if she was like incapacitated in any way and then drive a vehicle, I honestly, I'd say throw the book at her. I would. I'd say throw the book at her. I don't want her. I'm not looking for her to be punished. If it was just in the car and she was just going somewhere and you know, she swerved but it got nothing to, you know, we don't know that she was incapacitated. She might have swerved because of, like, you know, trying to avoid an animal or momentary just lapse or, you know, whatever. It could be nothing. If it's that, then I hope, you know, slap on the wrist, whatever, right? I'm not looking for her to get punished. If it was in her system at the time and she'd been driving and she was swerving and, like, you know, this is why the police pulled her out, that's a very different situation for me. Shoulder up by Kevin. Mitchell said Liv was just doing her best Swerve impression, swerving when she drives. She's a big fan of Swerve Strickland, that's true. I hope it's nothing. I really do. Mark's just sent me one, but I can't retweet it. Mark, your account's locked, buds. WWE has suspended Liv for 30 days for violating their wellness policy. So, breaking news coming in that Liv Morgan has been suspended for 30 days. Suspended for 30 days. So, I mean, that's probably a standard thing, isn't it? That's probably one of those situations where it's like, if this happens, this is what we do. So, that is not ruling her out of the Rumble. She's gonna still be eligible for the Rumble. So, she's not been ruled out of the Royal Rumble. I'll put that in the comments of this video because we obviously didn't get a chance to update. Liv Morgan has been suspended by WWE for 30 days. Due to failing the WWE wellness policy. Theory in the corner, rolling through, jumps up. Blockbuster by Theory. Oh, God, do you know what? There's been 90 comments on this video. That's going to be a nightmare for me, because I'm trying to keep on top of all the comments for the LOL videos. Now I've got 90 that have just been dropped. I mean, I appreciate it, but that's going to make it hard to go through the. I suppose I'll just have to look and see if it's on the Liv one. I'll just sort of ignore them. It'll just be people sharing their thoughts, which is great, and I appreciate people doing that on that video. But I'm looking for the LOL comments for, like, suggestions for future LOL videos or feedback on the LOL videos, you know. Right, we got Theory upside down in the corner. Kevin Owens is charging over and cannonballing into Austin Theory. Cannonball. Kevin Owens is climbing up. Swanton by Owens on Theory. 1, 2. Oh, a kick out by Theory, you know. A kick out by Theory. Massive, monstrous cannonball. Boom. A Swanton bomb. Days Liv's not suspended. It's a fake account. Oh, a fake account. Oh. Oh, well, that's all right. I mean, all I did was put it in the comments. I didn't put it in the video. I could believe it, though. If I could believe that it's it triggering that. Liv serves even in a mugshot. Is that what's Sean saying? Oh, is that a fake Sean account? This person's got 12,000 followers. That's kind of enough to make me go, yeah, that could be him. I mean, I think he's actually got hundreds of thousands, but yeah, that's I could see why that would catch people out. Normally, because normally on those accounts, you click on them and they've got 50 followers or something. So straight away you can be like, nah. But you click on this, 12,000 followers. Yeah, I could believe it. I could believe that she'll actually be suspended. Well, yeah, I mean, I would think she will be suspended. I'm just looking to see if any suspension news has been reported anywhere. That's really interesting about the 30-day suspension thing, though. That's really interesting because I think it will be triggered. I think it will be triggered. Even if they trigger it now, a standard 30-day suspension, she wouldn't miss the Rumble. So I could see that being triggered, but I'm just more interested in the fact that's come from a fake account that's got 12,000 followers. That's the first time I think I've seen a fake account with so many followers. They've probably bought them, maybe? I don't know. I'll take it. I'll take the comment down. I'm glad that didn't catch me out when I recorded the video. Okay, we're backstage with Roman. Kevin Owens winning a very good match, but... it's promotion season. If you can handle Randy, just imagine what's in store for you. Oh, Jimmy says yeets, and that is... Roman looks at Serge. Look at this moment. No yeet. No yeet. So Jimmy is taking on Randy. Roman says, imagine if you can do this on your own. And he was like, yeet! That's a J thing. That is a J thing. Oh, I've got to delete my comment now. Let's go. Delete it. Days, if you remember, on SmackDown, Goldberg was Universal Champion twice and people were booing him. Did he turn heel first time? We like to see him as a heel turn. Justin, why are we talking about this? Dude, have you heard Liv Morgan's been arrested? Have you heard that Randy and Roman are facing at the Rumble? Why would anyone right now be talking about Goldberg? Danny said, I found the dealer. I've sent you a DM. Oh my God, here we go. Dude, why have you sent me a DM? Why have you not put that in a tweet? Wrestle with Andy? Oh God, I hate pictures in DMs. They always save us like weird JPEG things. It's okay. I can put it as a screen grab. Here, it's a brilliant shout from Wrestle with Andy. The dealer has been found. It's the clues were there all along. And look, she's even placing an order. She wants 2 kilograms of marijuana. How many kilograms do you want? 2, please. And she's also wearing a white dress so that she comes across as pure when she's actually far from it. And so this deal, she's been getting 2 kilograms a day from her dealer since WrestleMania. And you can even see the little truck in the background that she uses to transport the drugs. It is absolutely shocking. When you actually get into this picture, there is so much going on. So much going on. We've got the order. We've got the means of transport. We've got the dealer. Shocking. Shocking. I hope he doesn't get into any trouble, to be honest, because he was a GOAT at WrestleMania. He was a true GOAT. Oh, wild, man. Wild. You can take Riddle out of WWE, but you can't take the Riddle out of Liv Morgan. What do you think Bo and Liv grow on the farm? Carrots. Well, it should be carrots because apparently marijuana is illegal in Florida. If they've got a marijuana farm, then things might be about to get a hell of a lot worse for her. Imagine that, she gets arrested. They're like, where do you live? She's like, in the car. No, you live on a farm, don't you? No. You grow carrots and stuff. No, I live in the car. Please don't go to the farm. Please don't go to the farm. If you think it smells bad in the car, geez, you should see the house. Perhaps that's why she's got it in the car. It just reminds her of home. It's just one of those smells that just reminds her of home. Right, we're looking at WrestleMania week. They've not mentioned this at all on the show. I'm so disappointed. They don't help themselves. If they want ratings, they could just spend the next hour talking about this situation. Here's Carrion. An urgent world event. They're talking about it. The moment I walked through the door, everything was set in motion. And now we're at the thresholds. A new beginning. Didn't this guy lose last week? Can you see it? No. Did you plant the drugs? Soon. You will. Can you see it yet? Soon you will. We're backstage with Cameron Grimes. Cameron Grimes. To the moon. The little red thing that flashed up on screen said fall and pray. Is Kayla Braxton. I'm not saying I'm anything like John Cena. Here's Carmelo. Carmelo standing next to Kevin. I got a ton of respect for you. I need this more than you. Carmelo backs away from What's little broin mean? Well, there we go. He steps up to Kevin. The Liv stuff really derailed the show. Yeah, I mean, it's going to, if you're going to get news of this magnitude, I mean, to be honest, we don't know the severity of it. We go from joking about it to being angry about it because we don't quite know the full details yet. It could go either way. It could be nothing. Well, it's not nothing, but you know my point. It could just be that she was in the car and, or we could be talking about something really serious here. I mean, I don't think enough for her to lose a job, because if she was to lose her job, a lot of people would be like, well, why did Jimmy Uso not lose his job? I mean, he's driven under whilst being intoxicated. So, but you could make the argument this is a new company as well. You know, that was when Vince was in charge. This is, you know, anything that happens now is a reflection on Endeavor and TKO. And they might not be thrilled about it. And they might not be as forgiving as when it was Vince that was in charge. So, I don't know. I don't know how big of a deal this is going to be. I don't think she loses her job. I could definitely believe her being suspended. I think it could just trigger it. But yeah, we need a few more details on it. But yeah, it has derailed the show. This runs deeper than I first thought. I've just sent another. Oh my god. Let it be a warning to anyone that's going to step to us. No one is ready for damage control, says Asuka. It's time for all of us to raise the bar and change the game. The Kabuki Warriors. Finally, my dream will become a reality. So, Bayley's talking of going into the Rumble, and we've got the Kabuki Warriors reuniting, looking for the tag titles. We know that Dakota is on the shelf at the moment. So, Bayley wants a championship, Io's got a championship, and the Kabuki Warriors are coming for those tag championships. Oh, they're going to get attacked by Zelina and Michin. So we are underway with this women's title match. So Kabuki Warriors versus Michin and Zelina. Let's go. Right. George Vlog said Liv is going to get the police escort entrance at WrestleMania. That was great. That was so good. That looks so good for Dominic Mysterio. I mean, he looked brilliant during that entrance. Please 200PLN said it seems Riddle is going to be in WWE 2K24, kinda. His presence will be felt. Cynthia said Liv Morgan's dealer is none other than Snoop Dogg. Well, I've got another image that I need to look at, yeah? Snoop Dogg. The clues were there, man. King Yeti said, I've been down since 6 months-ish. Down since 6 months-ish. Doesn't roll off the tongue as well. Down since 6 months-ish. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. I've never seen this image. Who's she with? Look at that. I've never seen that before. So there's Liv in the crowds with some dude. Look, she's holding his arm. Who's that? Amazing. I've never seen this image before. That was when she was just a fan. Just a fan. But yeah, that's her meeting another dealer. You're right, the clues were there. The clues were there. I like this one as well. This is from Hits Megan 99. Look at this. She was hoping the police couldn't see her. That was her disguise. She was under the wrong impression that if she popped that cap on, that she would be like invisible. The problem is, if there is a car driving and you can't see the driver, that is also going to cause suspicion. That is also probably going to result in the car being pulled over. So it was a good plan. You can see her thinking, but backfired. Backfired. Oh, jeez Louise. Right, we are underway then with this tag match. Got just over 40 minutes to go. Just looking. Fightful sent a message out about 20 minutes ago. I feel like it was longer than that, was it not? Right. Florida should apologize to Liv. Why? Dude, if she's been smoking and is swerving over the road, it depends on it. It depends exactly what's gone down. Liv's new catchphrase, says Mark. Being mean and carrying green. Kick out by Michin. Okay, so we are underway with this women's tag match. I was keeping an eye on Kevin Owens and Austin Theory, and I mean, there's some really great stuff in that match. It was a really great match. Really digging deep. Owens with the hand injury as well. Theory kicking out of moments that I wasn't expecting him to get out of. Eventually, he does lose. And Kevin Owens picks up the victory. That now means he's going to go on to face Carmelo Hayes. So that's going to be amazing. That'll be a great match. So we've got Santos Escobar against Bobby Lashley on the one side. We've got Theory and Carmelo and Kevin on the other side. So it's going to be one of those four that's going to go on to face Logan. Kevin Owens, I think, feels like the pick. Owens and Logan, that'll be a hell of a match. Hell of a match. I don't think Owens is going to do it. I think somehow, I think Logan gets past Owens. 1, 2, kick out by Asuka. Do you think there will be more news today, said Jordan? Yeah, I think everyone is on this now. Everyone is on this, but apparently they've already looked at the arrest report. So, I mean, if we're talking about the Liv story, they've already looked at the arrest report, and so we've. I don't think there's much more to find out from that, but there'll be everyone digging, trying to find out what they can. I'm sure there's people that have got direct contact to Liv, but I mean, I don't know how much Liv is going to want to talk about it. Can't imagine it's something that she's particularly proud about. Having marijuana is fine. No, that's not the issue. I'm not bothered about that. If it was just a case it was in the car, that's why I was quite happy to joke about it. But sitting here right now, we don't know if she had been smoking whilst driving. And from the sounds of it, the police pulled her over because the car was swerving. So, again, you know, if she's operating a motor vehicle whilst being under the influence of some substance, it's exactly what we saw with Sonny. and she resulted in killing a guy, you know, an innocent guy that I think was stopped at traffic lights or something. She just went so hard into the back of him that he didn't stand a chance. So, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to know how much sympathy to have for her at the moment. So, there will undoubtedly be more details coming out on this, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if we'll get any more tonight. I just saw this about commentary mentioning that Charlotte's going to be out for 9 months. Kick coming in there by Asuka. Big boots. Oh, spin kick. These two going back and forth. Headbutt coming in there by Michin. Michin's got Asuka at the moment. Is that like a wing clipper? 1, 2, and a save by Kairi. Kairi makes the save. Gods, it's all happening. Oh, Selena slammed into the commentary table by Kairi Sane. Big boot by Michin. Asuka. Kick coming in by, spinning back fist. Kick to the midsection. Lovely kick there by Michin as Asuka goes down. Michin going to the outsides. Dakota's popped up. She's causing a distraction on the edge of the ring. Bayley interferes. Michin in the middle of the ring. Big kick coming in there by Asuka. Michin goes down. Kairi's going to go for the elbow. Kairi. Boom. Big elbow drop. 1, 2, 3. So that's more news, isn't it? Charlotte pregnant, maybe out for 9 months, says K-pop lover. Well, it was an injury that she suffered on last week's show, but it is true that injury might not be legit. Could be that it's just a cover. It was during last week's tribute to the troops, I believe. It's an interesting theory. 9 months, it could be a torn ACL. James said, yes, Hayden, you're a criminal. I can confirm this. Hayden, you are a criminal. Repent. Okay, so we've got a lot of cheering by Damage Control. We're backstage with Jimmy and Solo. Jimmy and Solo. For real. Feels like a setup. Let me ask you something. Solo. You would tell me if something was going to happen to me, right? And Solo nods. Yeah, I'll tell you. I'm your brother. It's good, isn't it? Jimmy's not sure. He said it feels like a setup. You would tell me if I was being set up. And Solo, in the most gentle voice, I'm your brother. Yeah, no, you're my brother. I know, I'm aware. I'm asking, would you tell me? I know you're my brother. Doesn't change the fact that I'm not sure if you would tell me if I'm being set up or not. Can you give me a straight answer? Tonight we're eating good, said K-pop lover. Wouldn't it be in the police report if she was found intoxicated? Well, I don't know is the answer, because the police report has been gone through by a website. I forget which one. And they didn't say that she was intoxicated. So, but they did say that she was pulled over as a result of the car, like, swerving, going over the white line, going over the yellow line. So the fact the information isn't there may indicate that she wasn't. But I would think if you had a suspicion, and you got to the point where you arrested that person on that suspicion, I would think that, yes, you would have to put in, like, what the results of these things were. I wonder if that is information that has just not been made available at this point. I'm not sure. I don't know. I would think it would be in there, but I also think it would be in there if she wasn't intoxicated. Like, we suspected that this person was intoxicated because she was swerving, so we arrested her. We found drugs in the vehicle. We questioned her, went to the police station. You would think there would be an end result. There'd be like, you know, did you breathalyze her, or did you do a drugs test, or what was in her system? But there's no information on that at all. So at the moment, we don't know. But yes, you would think it would be in there. I hope she wasn't. I really do. I really hope that she was not. I'd much prefer it when we were joking about her being, like, you know, a bit silly having it in the car if you're not meant to have it in Florida, right? But how many hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people have, you know, got weed in Florida? Let's be honest. So, you know, it's not a big deal if that's all it is. It's just, is it more than that? WWE have officially announced that Flair is out for 9 months after suffering an injury. So another story, to be honest, for those that aren't watching the show or have been distracted like me. There's the image from last week. I believe this was Tribute to the Troops. So this is the image from last week. Breaking news coming out of WWE, and it is regarding Charlotte Flair. Charlotte Flair, of course, injured in a match with Asuka. This was last week on Tribute to the Troops, and we haven't had much in the way of an update, but an update was provided on this week's SmackDown by the commentary team, saying that Charlotte is going to be out injured for 9 months. That means that she is missing the Rumble. She is missing WrestleMania. She's probably going to be missing SummerSlam. You know, 9 months would take us up to August time. So, yeah, I mean, this is a massive blow for Charlotte. This is a big blow for her to be out for that period of time. No information as to what the injury actually is at this stage, but we know that it was being looked into, and as we said, information coming out that she's going to be out for 9 months. So this is big news. This is big news. Charlotte Flair out of the Rumble, out of WrestleMania, out for the foreseeable future. But on a positive note, she hasn't been arrested. Right. We've just got a Santos Escobar moment. Charlotte has got more titles than Real Madrid. She'll be okay, said Fortnite. Legato. Right, we're just seeing a little video package hyping up Legado. Well, not Legado, Santos and Bobby, their match, I believe, next week. Cody is challenging Roman for the title at WrestleMania 40, and he will end his reign, said KJ Kidd. It's a work. She's pregnant, said Dad Stuff. PW Insider has got an update. Is this... Oh, don't tell me I've got to do this video again. Is it an update for the Charlotte situation? Oh my god. What happened? Why does all this news come out during shows? Santos, you're going to step up and get stomped out. I'm loving these two in sharp-looking suits. We got Bobby and the Street Profits. Charlotte against Face Champ. Well, hang on. I still don't know what this update from PW Insider is about. Is it about Liv or is it about Charlotte? God, we've lost Kenny Omega, Liv Morgan, Charlotte's out for 9 months. It's mental. Butch against Dragon Lee next week. He was on the phone to someone before. Keep her pregnant so I don't have to see her again. On a positive note, we can put Damage Control feud to rest. It frees up a spot. Here's Randy. Main event time. And this is definitely something that people are not going to be distracted from. Randy Orton in action against Jimmy Uso. Wrestling in December be wild. Yeah, man, this is wild. This is wild. All this news isn't fair to Tony Khan. He's got a Ring of Honor pay-per-view going on. What, now? Tonight? Has he? Is there? Perhaps that's why she did it. Perhaps WWE were like, listen, Liv, we need you to do us a solid. We need you to get arrested. There's a Ring of Honor pay-per-view going on. And we need to find a way of derailing it. Randy Orton versus Jimmy Uso. It's on Wrestle Ops. Wrestle Ops. What's on Wrestle Ops? What's on Wrestle Ops, buds? I can confirm NXT will not have a best of show on the 26th. On Wednesday, it did a double taping, so they've got 2 weeks of episodes, says Big Time. Right, I've been sent to PW Insider first. So is this... unless they've added to it. Okay. So this dropped... When did this drop? Don't know when this dropped. Liv Morgan is slated to be arraigned on charges of possession of marijuana and possession of drugs, blah, blah, blah. We know this. She will need to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty at that hearing. So it's going to be on the 12th of February. She's got a hearing. Okay, so this is new information. So 12th of February, she has got... Oh... Yeah, 12th of February, she has got a hearing next year. She's got to plead guilty or not guilty. In Florida, possession of drugs, possibly a synthetic cannabinoid, is considered a felony in Florida. It can be punishable of a maximum of 1 year in prison, up to 1 year of probation, and a $1,000 fine. Do you know what? This might have opened up a few eyes tonight. I don't know if people knew that these getting caught with cannabis carried such high consequences. But in Florida, possession of drugs is considered a felony, and it can be punishable of up to a maximum of 1 year in jail, a year probation, and $1,000 fine. Is it worth it? The charges of possession of marijuana is a first-degree misdemeanor. It can be punishable of up to, oh my God, hang on. So she got caught with marijuana, and she got caught with this synthetic cannabinoid. They're saying that it's two separate things. So she can get done for a year for the cannabis, the marijuana, and another year for the synthetic cannabinoid. If they go maximum, she could go to prison for 2 years. She won't serve those 2 years, but she could be charged and she could go to prison for 2 years. I doubt they'll give her the maximum, but this is what she's dealing with right now. The charges of possession of marijuana is a first-degree misdemeanor. It can be punishable. It's interesting, isn't it? The possession of marijuana is a first-degree misdemeanor, whereas the possession of synthetic cannabinoid is a felony. They're classed as slightly different things, but yet they carry the same punishment. Punishable up to 1 year in jail or probation, along with $1,000 fine. Conviction of possession also results in a 6-month driving license suspension, random drug tests, and all the reimbursement of fees related to the sentence. Well, fees ain't going to be a problem for her. That's not going to be an issue. She's Liv Morgan. She's on a good wage. But, I mean, you don't want that hanging over you, do you? If putting yourself in her situation, you know, she's potentially looking at some prison time. What did Jimmy get? I mean, it's different because I think he was under the effects of alcohol, but he was actually under the influence. Jimmy Uso, DUI. What was... That's the arrest, but what was the sentencing? And he was arrested more than once as well. Did we ever get that information as to what he was sentenced? DUI sentence. Jimmy Uso was arrested and charged with his first DUI. Uso was convicted and sentenced to probation for the charge. That's just about what happened when with the arrest video. Oh yeah, that'll be out, that body cam footage will be out there. This will come out the moment she gets arrested. God, they love these videos, those YouTubers. You know, entitled sports star thinks they're bigger than the law type thing. Probation, apparently, is what he got, but I can't find how much for. Oh, it might be on his Wikipedia page, mightn't it? Wiki. They're not convicting her under the influence, says Tall Guy. It's true. We don't. I mean, it's possession. So I don't know. Does this mean that she wasn't intoxicated? What did he get? So Fatu was arrested. Officers claim Fatu ran a red light. They clocked him going 50 and a 35. They administered a breathalyzer, and he was well above Florida's legal limit. Booked on a misdemeanor DUI, charged with speeding, running red light, bomb was set at 500. As a result, they've been barred from entering Canada, given special permission to... Oh, it doesn't say. Why does it not say what they were actually sentenced to? That probation one was his first one. But what about the one in 2021? Doesn't say. I'd have to have a look. See if I can find information on it. It's true. I mean, that is different to what Liv's been found, well, charged with. But it did just make me wonder, like, He's been done like 3 times, actually under the influence, and he hasn't gone to prison. So if she's just got drugs in the car, and she wasn't under the influence at the time, and the swerve was just her swerving, right? I don't know, would it be harsh for her to go to prison? I feel like it'd be harsh. I feel like actually being under the influence is the worst thing. I don't care if she's got drugs. It doesn't bother me. I'm not bothered. But it's the under the influence bit that bothers me. As a Floridian, I can tell you it's going to get pled down to a misdemeanor, said Defcon Prime. 17 days and a fine, said Q the Light Knight. Celebs could afford to jump in an Uber, said Dort. No, that's true. They could. Shots coming in by Randy. So Randy is unloading up. We've actually got quite a bit of time on this match as well. Shots coming in there by Randy. Jimmy going over against the ropes. SmackDown is on if anyone is interested, said Justin. That Jeff Delaney said, as someone who recently lived in Florida, she had to be really swerving for them to pull her over, says that Jeff Delaney. Yeah, that is the bit that bugs me about it. Kick coming in there by Jimmy. Randy goes down to one knee. Randy rolling over to the ropes. Shots coming in by Jimmy as Randy is in the corner. Jimmy backing up. Randy slumped in the corner as Jimmy collides into Randy. So Jimmy in control, but of course, I mean, we're still 16 minutes away from the end of the show, so we know it's not going to end just yet. But Jimmy in control at the moment. Referee coming over. Pulling at the face of Randy. William said, I had to go to court with my mom. I didn't get charged, but had to say what happens. Jimmy coming over again to Randy, who's in the corner. Crowd a little quiet for this. I thought there'd be like big Randy chants, trying to like get him back into the match. There's a few boos that are like ringing out. But yeah, we haven't really got like chants or anything like that at the moment. Again, poking the eye there by Randy. A Greco-Roman thumb to the eye. Good old Greco-Roman thumb to the eye. He's looking for the drape DDT, but he couldn't get it. He gets dumped to the outside by Jimmy. And that might be what takes us to a commercial break. Yeah. Who do you think is turning face and heel soon? Well, I still feel good about Bailey coming out of Damage Control. And I think eventually we get Thingy coming out of Austin Theory. Breaking away from Grayson Waller. But word on the street is they want to keep them together for a little bit longer. They really like them as a tag team. So their plans to split them have just been stalled momentarily. Commercial break. We are at commercial break. Jordan said Sean Ross out. God, what now? What now? What is going on this evening? Sean Ross out. As reported, a Holiday Havoc match on next week's SmackDown. So an 8-woman Holiday Havoc match. Well, there's this bit that was 11 minutes ago, which is grabbing some attention. It's just a still image from that Karrion Kross promo, and you can sort of see the outline of someone. It looks a little bit Paul Ellering-esque. It is believed that the authors are paying ahead in that way, so I could see that. I could see that being a little tease. I mean, it certainly feels like we are now ready to do something with Karrion, which is interesting and appreciated. Nitro and people that have brought this to our attention. Yeah, I could believe that it's going that way. Someone said as well in the comments, "Is it Uncle Howdy?" And Sean went, "It isn't." Just in case anyone was thinking that it might be leading that way. I've noticed Orton wearing new trunk design RKO instead of Orton font, and it's written in The Rock's 98 font, said PJ. That's interesting. He has got some new merch. Damn, love it. Look at this. From Erase Your Minds. WrestleMania 40 coming up. WrestleMania 40. Who wants the smoke? That's a dream match as well. They look so cute as a couple. Love it. It's been retweeted. Retweet. Right, we are back from commercial break. There's empty seats on SmackDown. Yeah, I think there normally are, to be honest. I don't think they sell out arenas. Sometimes they do, but we were looking at the Raw numbers. They tend to be around the 10,000 mark, 10 to 15,000. But they are in arenas that can hold up to 20 sometimes, so... You do still get empty seats in WWE, yeah? Oh, I saw an image from NXT Deadline that looked awful. AEW gets a lot of shade for the amount of empty seats they have, but WWE are guilty of it as well. Looking for a Drake DDT. I suppose it's be a bit more surprising tonight because of Roman's return. Jimmy Uso is been planted by Randy. He's going to that dark place. Can hear the voices. Jimmy in the corner then. The empty seats are the ones that Tony bought, trying to one up poor attendance, said David. He's going down. RKO is in position. Oh, here's Solo. Solo's coming down. The Enforcer. Now, Jimmy said he felt like this was a trap, and he asked Solo, you would tell me, wouldn't you? Oh, here's LA Knight. So, LA Knight and Solo going at it in the entranceway. LA Knight comes out in the ring. RKO connects. RKO. 2, 3. Wow, we've ended that 9 minutes early. So what are we doing here then? Orton looks over at LA Knight. I don't like Solo just being like so easily dispatched. Point. Roman from behind nails LA Knight. Wow. I thought that was going to be Solo. I thought LA Knight was being a bit silly, like walking away and doing all this. I mean, Solo was just down on one knee. I don't know why you would turn your back on him. But it wasn't Solo. It was Roman. Roman attacks him from behind. Wow, I mean, look, we've still got 8 minutes. We can't end the show now. Roman in the entranceway. We got Big Randy chants that have broken out. Heyman's holding up the championship behind. Roman getting in the ring. Roman and Randy going at it. Let's go, man. Let's go. Big strikes coming in. And Jimmy attacks from behind. So now they're kicking away and attacking, working together. Roman and Jimmy. Randy Orton is down. Crowd are booing away. Obviously, LA Knight's going to come in. Solo's going to come in. They're still outnumbered, aren't they? Are we going to get one more person? AJ Styles. AJ Styles. Is this where we bring back AJ? Because Solo gets in now. It's 3-on-2. We're outnumbered. We need someone. Who's going to come to the aid? LA in the corner. Randy down. Come on. Come on. Who's the mystery person? Who's the third person? Who's going to even this up? Bloodline in control. LA Knight down. Randy down. And it's time for the phenomenal AJ Styles. Could it be? It is. He's on the edge of the ring. AJ ready. Phenomenal forearm connects. AJ Styles is back. Wow. Is this... Wow, we can't do this match, though, because I don't think we've got Roman again this year. I mean, this feels like a 6-man tag that needs to be made. AJ Styles returns. That was done really well. That was fun. Maybe a bit obvious, but it was still fun. He looks good, man. He looks good. AJ looks good. We haven't seen him in a little while. He's got very sensible jeans on. Whoa! What? Huh? AJ just nailed LA Knight. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? He's not joining up with Roman. He's not joining the bloodline. AJ Styles is walking over to Roman. He's walking past Roman. He just nailed LA Knight. Why did he nail LA Knight? Why did he nail... AJ looks jacked. He looks really good, doesn't he? He looks really good. I don't know what they're doing whilst they're, like, being away. I don't know what they've been up to, but, like... Are they just handing out steroids at the PC or something? Because AJ Styles returns... and looks jacked, just like when Randy came back. Funny, innit? I said, bit predictable, but still done really well. And then, boom! Look at that! He didn't take out Randy, but he took out LA Knight, and then he walked away. And then I was like, no, he's not going to join the bloodline. He's not like the Jey Uso replacement, is he? Is he going to turn out he's actually an Uso? Wow. AJ knows LA attacked him. Aren't they taping 2 SmackDowns? I don't know. Holiday Havoc next week. Championship semi-finals next week as well. What is next week? Next week is the 22nd. Yeah, what's AJ gonna say? Wow. Wow, I'll tell you what. That was a roller coaster, wasn't it? That was a hell of a ride that we've just been on. Whew. Steven, shout out to you, buds. Right, let's go over to the second channel. Because over on the second channel, hey guys, we need to put the poll up. Now, this second channel, I keep saying it, this is where you vote, right? I am loving the new system that we've got. And I am looking to record the results as well. And actually, I haven't recorded the NXT results, so we can look at the NXT result and we can put that into our score and compare it to the other shows. Going forward, this is what we're going to do. So you can go over to the second channel, which is Wrestling Days Clips, and you can vote. What did you score WWE Smackdown? Right, it's up and available for you to vote now. You can vote now. So here it is on the second one, on the community tab, Wrestling Days Clips channel, right? And you can see that this is where we keep the scores. So the last one we voted on was NXT on Tuesday. And that's a great one. So it was a great show, 4-1. And then what we tend to do, or what I tend to do, is I take the score of 56. So it's 56%. And I add anything that's above it. Because great won, and clearly the 7% of people that thought it was an all-time episode, they clearly thought it was great as well. They even went further. But I think we can add them in. They also thought it was great. So that actually gives us a score of great and 63%, the 56% and the 7% for the all-time. Add them together, comes to 63. So NXT got a score of great 63. So how does that compare to our other scores? Where does that rank it? We can have a little look. Let's bring this up. Let's go down here. So great 63 for NXT puts it here. So just above Fastlane, but below Payback. So NXT on Tuesday, which I actually don't know what the date was for that. It was the 12th. So 12, 12, 23 was great 63%. So you can vote now for tonight's SmackDown as to what you thought about tonight's SmackDown. Then on Raw, we will have a look and see what it finished as, and we will then add it to this list, and we will keep this list going, and we will keep it growing. And at the moment, you can see that SmackDown from the 9th, so actually last week's SmackDown is the highest rated show since we started doing this. We haven't been doing it very long. We haven't got a full year at all, clearly. We haven't got much data here at all. But eventually, I will have it so that we've got this show scores for all the shows. I could have it for a little NXT one. We can see the best Raws, the best SmackDowns, the best premium live events. This is why I want to keep it in the same place. I've got all my LOL folder here as well. These are all the LOLs. Look at all the LOLs. All of these are planned. Scripted. You can see I get to look 33. And then I've got these ones jotted down. And then if you go down to the bottom, I've got funny things. Here you go. This is the list of potential ones. And you can see that people, as they give me ideas, like KV Punk gets added to the list. You just made the list. Art Donovan commentary from lapsed AEW fan. There is a system. I am recording these things. So, yeah, I've got all that information on there. But the show scores, that's where we are with that at the moment. And I'm loving this system because it means that we can find out what the best show is of the year and the best premium live event, and we can keep a running tab. And I think it breaks it down quite nicely. Like, I don't think, well, we've only got one that's got the same score as another show at the moment. SummerSlam 2023 scored the exact same score as Crown Jewel 2023. But other than that, each one has got a different score. So it's working really well. We're doing something that's actually working. It's very exciting. So, yeah, get your votes heard. You can actually influence those scores. And as we said, we'll keep recording them. And I think hopefully it will lead us to somewhere quite good. But feel free to put them in the chat as well. Because people watching will also want to get an idea as to what people felt about the show tonight. I think it's a hard one for me to score because obviously there was so much going on. It was taking me away from obviously what was happening. You know, I mean, Liv Morgan, one of the biggest superstars we've got. One of the most stand superstars as well. I bet the stands are just absolutely beside themselves. I didn't even think about the stands. Oh, God. I'm going to tweet that. Shout out to all the Liv Morgan stands at this very difficult time. And I'm going to put a heart as well. Because they'll think I'm serious. Right. The WWE roster is stacked, says Tommy. Iron Claw promoting, says Tar Heel. Why didn't AJ get a huge pop? I don't know. The crowd seemed a little flat during that main event, to me. I don't know if you had like surround sound and it was sounding amazing, but to me, they, you know, I said like, where's the big Randy? Where's the big... I wonder if the Liv news was kind of doing the rounds, and maybe, I mean, it distracted me watching the show, and I'm sure it distracted others whilst they were watching the show. Could it be that you're there and you're like, have you seen this? Have you seen Liv Morgan's? Have you heard? Liv Morgan's been arrested. Don't know. Are you watching a Jake Paul fight? I don't know. When's he fighting? The fact I don't know when he's fighting is probably not a good sign. We're doing UFC this weekend. And I don't know when Jake's fighting next. A+ troll. Thank you, James. Thank you. Why are there news articles from 18 hours ago that AJ will return and be hell? Why are there news articles from 18 hours ago that AJ will return and be hell? Don't know what you mean. Mitchell said it's a 10 out of 10 show because AJ Styles returned. Big Time said it was a bad crowd. Roman was struggling, even waking them up at the start. Daniela said she would probably get released soon because of this. Do you think so? I think it would have to be pretty severe for her to be released. The one thing I would say is Jimmy Uso kept getting done for DUIs. We know how many times Jeff Hardy got busted, right? There may be less tolerance now than there was. You know, you can point to the past and go, yeah, well, Jimmy Uso. Yeah, but that was years ago. And this is a different company. Like, this is Endeavor and this is TKO. and we don't know how they're going to respond to this, right? So I don't think she's going to get released. I don't think she'd be released. I think it'll be a slap on the wrist. I think that it is not a good thing for her. I don't expect her to be released. I think that as long as it's just in the car and it wasn't in her system while she was driving, I think it'll just be a slap on the wrist. And to be honest, I hope it is, because let's be adults about it in the sense of how many people in Florida smoke weed, right? It's illegal, but it's one of those things that people do. I mean, you know, and actually in a lot of places in America, it's not illegal now. So, you know, in the same country, I know each state is different, but in the same country, you've got differing approaches to this. And, all right, she lives in a place where it's illegal, but to me, it's one of those things where I don't know if it should be or if it shouldn't be. I understand that if you get caught, it's a slap on the wrist type situation, but I don't want her to lose her job. I don't want her to get released. I don't want her to go to prison and all this stuff. Not if it wasn't in a system. If it was in a system and she was driving, I feel a bit different about it then. And actually, I don't know. I think as you get older, you kind of take these things a bit more serious. I think as you get older, I think you probably value your life more. Like when you're young, you tend to be like take risks and all that stuff. As you get older, you don't tend to do that as much. You kind of value your time a bit more. And so, I don't know. I think as I'm getting older, I'm probably feeling a bit different about these things than I did years ago. You know, even the Jimmy Uso stuff, I don't remember us calling for his job and all that kind of stuff. But I think as well, the Sonny situation kind of wakes you up a little bit. Like, this isn't a victimless crime sometimes. Sometimes people lose their lives due to people being, like, you know, intoxicated whilst driving by any kind of substance. And my granddad always used to say that he would never even have a wine gum and drive, which I always thought was a fun saying. That wine gum's just a little sweet. There's no wine in it. It's just called a wine. I don't even know why it's a wine gum, but it's called a wine gum. And he was like, I wouldn't even have a wine gum and drive. But so yeah, I mean, look, I think what will happen is she will get a slap on the wrist. It'll probably be like a probation, certainly a fine. I don't think she'll spend any jail time. I'm hoping it turns out it wasn't in a system. Hoping that WWE sit down, have a word. You've been a stupid girl. Don't you dare do it again. You know, this is not reflective of what Endeavor is all about and what TKO is all about. Blah, 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 blah. But lose a job and all that stuff, no. But it's one of those where it was a developing story, and it still is. Like, we don't know the extent of it all. We don't know the ins and outs of it yet. I mean, it's a good point that was made by Max earlier, saying, would it not say that she was intoxicated on the report? And it's like, yeah, it probably would, but then it hasn't said she wasn't either. So that kind of leaves you a bit like, was she, wasn't she? The only thing I'd say is I haven't had time to really obviously dig into it and fully understand it. We did read the update from PW Insider that have said that the court case is set for February. She's on 2 charges, which both seem to be possession. So that does indicate to me at the moment that she didn't have it in a system. Otherwise, they'd have her on that as well. So as long as that is reliable and is the extent of it, that is it, and there's not other charges that have yet to be reported. If it is just those 2 charges and that is it, then that's probably a good sign that it was just in the car and that was all. Which, if it's that, I think we're talking about a very different outcome, you know, and I would feel different about it as well. As I said, I don't want her to lose a job. I don't want her to suffer big punishment. A slap on the wrists, all right, you know. But to be honest, I sort of feel like she's been punished enough as it is, because I think there's so many people that have weed in Florida, and there's so many people that smoke weed in states where it's illegal, and, you know, have done for years and years and years and years. Think of all the magicians. Think of the magicians. Think of the musicians. That's the Beatles and the Stones and all these people, and Kurt Cobain and all these people that have smoked weed. She ain't doing anything that other people ain't done a billion times before. So the fact that she's had a mugshot taken, it's all over the internet, I feel like that's punishment enough, to be honest. Probably doesn't even deserve that. But again, I do have to keep saying it because I don't want to get it twisted. If it was in a system, I would feel different. I really would. That kind of stuff can derail a push. He can't be trusted in a big role. Well, that's true. I mean, if it's that she's like addicted to it as well, like there's a bit of an addiction there, like she needs it, whatever, and I don't know. I've never really, I could believe that she smokes, but I've never really had her down as someone that's like really, it's part of who she is. Like with Riddle, he just seems stoned all the time. But with Liv, I could totally believe that she smoked it. But I've never got the impression that it's a big part of her life. And I still don't know that it is. But, yeah, just wild, just crazy. Not. There's certain people that you would expect. You know, if the news had come out about Jimmy Uso or one of the Usos or Riddle or, you know, maybe even Randy Orton or Grayson Waller or Austin Theory. You know, if it had come out about, like, I don't know, Zelina Vega or someone like that, I could believe that. Liv Morgan is not the kind of name that you'd really associate with that. So I think there is a surprise element to this as well. When Kevin Von Erich was young, he was hot and jacked, said, that's breaking news. We keep warning David Copperfield not to get high and drive, said John. Liv is cuddling children and owns a farm, looking after her family. I could imagine she's a party girl, but not to that extent. According to the arrest report, when officers approached, there was the smell of marijuana. Yes. So it was. I don't think they used the word swerve, but they do say that she was hitting the white line, hitting the yellow line. So I mean, that does suggest the car is swerving. And then they pull her over, and there's a strong sense of marijuana. I mean, to be honest, if there was a strong sense of marijuana, I don't know enough to know, like, how could you even be under the influence just from having it in the vehicle for an extended period of time? I genuinely don't know. I don't know enough about the legal limits. Well, I suppose in Florida there isn't. I mean, it's just illegal, so it being in your system at all. But how much needs to be in your system where it really affects you? I mean, anything is going to be worse than nothing, but, you know, drink driving, you're allowed to have a drink. You can have a bottle of beer and then drive a car because it's not deemed that it affects you enough to prevent you from driving. So, you know, people go out and they're like, oh, I'll just have one, I'm driving. And so they have one and that's it. And then, like, I think it's 0.2 or something, you're allowed alcohol before you're deemed over the limit, right? It's not just have a drink, that's it, you're done. Probably should be. Probably, you know, just even having anything, allowing anything might not be the right way forward, but that is where we are in the UK, and I think in America as well. But when it comes to, like, marijuana, I genuinely don't know. I don't know what the number would be where you're all right up until this point, and then here you're, you know. So from smell, from just having it in the vehicle, I don't know, would even that be dangerous? I mean, I'd imagine it's not great. But they haven't done her on that, though, have they? Or at least that's not what's been reported at this stage. So, oh man, just wild, just so much news. I cannot really remember. I think it wasn't the one week where there was people being released during a show. I seem to remember something like that where it was like, oh god, we'll get more information, and I think it might have been releases a few years back during an actual broadcast where information was coming out of people losing, like, getting cut or something. But it's been a long time since we've had a show that's been as distracted as this one, because I can't really apologize for it. It's a massive story. It's one of the biggest stories of the year, which might turn out to be, you know, very little. Might not mean loads by the end of the year, but still, it's a massive story. There's been a few, actually. I mean, Charlotte being announced as being out for 9 months is a massive deal as well. What time? I'm trying to get back to the chat. I've got a lot of windows open here. Got a lot of windows open, and maybe Liv should have had some as well. John said, could it have been medicinal marijuana in a car? Well, I suppose it could. Again, I don't know enough about it. I mean, she didn't just have marijuana. She also had, like, drugs. If it was medicinal, I would imagine that she would have something a prescription that would say that she's allowed it, which would then result in her not being arrested. Certainly would mean that she wasn't charged. You know, they're not gonna bring these charges against her if she can explain it. So I think that would suggest that it's not medicinal. I think it would probably suggest that, I mean, her defense might be that she needs it. It helps with, like, pain. She's a wrestler. She's in a constant state of pain, and this, like, helps. But I don't know if that's going to be accepted as a reason. It might contribute towards her getting a lesser sentence. But if it was something that had been prescribed, I would think that would result in her and it not going as far as what it's gone. So no, I don't think that's going to be like something that's going to completely get her off the hook. Raish Mind said, I would let Liv ride my car anytime. I bet you would. I bet you would. Miss Clown said, toast me, baby. Hasib said, do you think AJ thinks LA was the one that attacked him? I cannot even remember what happened. I was under the impression he was attacked by the Bloodline. I don't remember it being a mystery. And he was, like, loaded onto a stretcher. I would have to go back and look at it again. It's been a while. So I was under the impression he was attacked by the Bloodline. And we knew it was the Bloodline. And if for some reason he's under the impression it wasn't the Bloodline, why didn't he watch the show? Like, if I got attacked and it was recorded, I would watch the recording if I didn't know who it was. So I might be just remembering it wrong. Was it just that he was found backstage or something? Because I really don't remember that. So I don't know, to be honest, why he attacked LA Knight. I'm still a bit in the dark on that myself. Hasib said, do you think AJ thinks... Oh, we read that one. I'm a fan of John Cena, says Diego. Time for me to head off, said PK21. PK, shout out to you. Brent said, Uber is what a drunk person should use to get home safely. Yes. Yeet God said, synthetic isn't medicinal. Let's go down. WWE claims to have multiple bidders chomping at Raw's rights, but it's been 4 months since Smackdown deal was done. I don't get the sense that networks are willing to pay the asking price. Thoughts? I don't know, actually. I mean, you're not wrong. It is a bit strange, but you could also look at it the other way and say, is it so competitive that they're really having to figure out which of these offers is the right one? Could it be a case that there are people chomping at it and there's people that are coming forward with some really interesting offers and they're having to weigh up, well, this one's offering us a lot of money, but it's Amazon or it's Disney, and what's that going to do for the ratings? But then all of a sudden Warner Brothers Discovery have shown an interest, so let's go and talk to them. And then you've got whoever else shown an interest, let's go and talk to them. So I don't know, it could be that there's not many, but then saying that, if there was not much interest, you would think a deal would be done quite quick because there ain't much to weigh up. The fact it's taken so long could also be an indicator that they're telling the truth and that there is a lot of interest and they're trying to figure out which of these options is the right one for them. If there was less interest, then I would think you'd probably be able to get it done quite quickly, and maybe that was an indicator of SmackDown, So SmackDown was done quite quick. I mean, Fox didn't want it anymore. And the offer from USA was there. And that deal got done. And because USA got SmackDown, that's obviously meant that NXT is freed up. That's ended up going, don't know who came in for that, but that ended up going the CW network. But yeah, I could believe that there's people in for Raw. I could believe that Raw's got a few suitors. And also, Raw traditionally has been the A show. And as we said, I know that SmackDown's been getting better ratings recently, but listen, that the shows are only what you make them. So if you put like Roman and CM Punk and everyone on Raw, that's your A show. So Raw, you don't have to sell it as the B show. You don't have to sell it as the show that gets less ratings than SmackDown, because actually, if it goes to a big network and it goes for a lot of money, you would probably stack that show. SmackDown they were paying more for SmackDown than USA was paying for Raw, and so they stacked SmackDown and they made it the A show. And I think you would do the same here. So just because SmackDown has already moved and Raw has yet to be decided where that's going to go, I don't look at it as, this is just the B show. Where's the B show going? I look at this as potentially this is the A show. SmackDown goes to USA. We know what kind of numbers that's going to do. It's probably going to be the same as what Raw's been doing. So they need to make sure that this one goes well. Because really, in a way, this is going to be the replacement for SmackDown, I think. I think that this one is the A show. Because SmackDown going to USA surely means that now does what Raw's been doing. Why would it do different? It would only do a little different if they kept Roman and Bloodline and kept it as the A show. Then it might do a little bit more, but it ain't going to do the numbers it did on Fox. So this one is going to be really important to get right. And I think, didn't they say that they might even just run it up to next year? I think they really want to make sure they've got the right decision on this. They really want to make sure they've got the right decision. And if they can even attract a few more suitors to come in, I think they'd be open to that as well. So we don't know when we're going to hear something on this. It could go all the way to next summer. They've indicated that if it's last minute, they'll do it last minute. As long as it's the right person, as long as they're going to the right destination, that's all they care about. So we might not get any answers on this year. Certainly, and maybe going into February, March, WrestleMania time. I would think WrestleMania time probably feeling good for some sort of announcement, but even if it drifts into the summer, it might continue there. CM Punk on CFFC wearing his WWE beanie and talking merch. I just realized that AJ was replaced by LA for Crown Jewel against Roman. Maybe his frustration got to him and he decided to attack LA. I do need to look into that more. They can't do a deal quick if it's not above 1.4 because they don't want the stock to tumble because it still hasn't recovered from the SmackDown deal, says Big Time. John said, do you think Charlotte being out for 9 months means that Jade's push gets sped up? Or do WWE fill the void with someone from NXT? I actually don't think it makes a big difference because I think SmackDown was stacked. You've got Bayley, you've got Asuka, we've just brought back Kyrie, we're building up Io, we've got Bianca. Like, Charlotte was added to that, definitely. But she wasn't carrying that division. I don't see it as a massive, oh my god, SmackDown's in. Could you imagine if we lost Rhea from Raw? It's not that. Imagine if we lost Rhea from Raw. You've got Becky, Nia, Xia Li, Raquel. I mean, that would be very different. But losing Charlotte for 9 months on SmackDown, I don't even know if you'll notice, to be honest. She's you could call someone up just to cover, but no. For me, no. This doesn't result in us going, oh my god, we need Jade Cargill. because Jade Cargill's not ready, her development has been quite limited, and these were the words of Triple H. So it doesn't change where she is in an ability point of view. So yeah, it doesn't change that. I think that we potentially look to call someone up from NXT. There's probably a position that's available now. But in all fairness, what with Kyrie coming in, we might have been over the numbers anyway. We might have been slightly over the budget anyway, because of bringing in Kyrie. So this might just actually take us to where we should be. So no, I don't think there's any big panic. I don't think there's big panic at all. Jordan said Jake's fighting in an hour and 30 minutes. Is he? Who's he fighting? I haven't heard about this fight. Is he? Has there been any hype on this fight? Versus who? Andre August. Who the hell's this? I didn't know this was happening at all. No. Jake doesn't think he'll run into too many issues tonight. Jake Paul is 8-1 to clinch the victory. I don't know. I don't know anything about this fight. Didn't even know it was happening, buds. Imagine trying to convince USA to keep Raw and pay $387 a year when ratings are doing 1314. We did say networks will put their foot down if the numbers keep pulling. Yeah. I mean, they've gone with SmackDown instead. Rather than Raw and NXT, they're just putting all their eggs in the SmackDown basket. They've decided that's what's best for them. And Fox pulled out. So, yeah, I mean, yeah. USA pulled out from having Raw and NXT. Instead, they just put their eggs in the basket of SmackDown. Fox pulled out from having SmackDown. So, and maybe Warner Brothers are about to pull out from AEW. I mean, we did, yeah, you're right. We did say that these numbers keep going down. It's not a good thing for the main financial contributor to wrestling companies, which is TV money. TV money, it brings more than ticket sales and merch and a lot of these put together. Yes, WWE benefit from the Saudi shows, but TV money of like 300 odd million a year for SmackDown, and same with Raw and whatever. That is a big contributor. That's where the lion's share of the money is coming from for these companies. So if that money is going to start decreasing, there are going to be very real repercussions for the roster and for the size of the products. If that money goes down and it's not replaced by something, then this is a big problem. And we had a big conversation on that the other day. Big conversation on that. I need to go in and pull these conversations out, to be honest, because we have some really good in-depth chats. But they just live in like a SmackDown stream or whatever. I need to get into the habit of like pulling them out. Because I think there's some really interesting... I do find myself going, well, we spoke about this the other day. We speak about a lot. I'm not very good at that side of it. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Jim said, I was hoping Charlotte and Becky could have a tag title run. As a wrestling fan, are you annoyed that Logan wasn't at SmackDown? Instead, he's at a Jake fight? No, because I don't mind the champs not being around all the time. I remember the early Raws, you know, when you had like Hogan as champ, Brett as champ. I mean, Brett wasn't at Raw every week. You know, back in the day, back during the golden era, you wouldn't see the champions all the time. You would just like get them once in a while, because really they used the champions to get you to go to the house shows. If you want to see the champs, if you want to see the big names rather than just the mid card and the occasional big name, then you need to get yourself to a house show to go and see them. You know, imagine us doing everything we've done with Roman, right? Everything we've done with Roman, but he is on all the house shows. Exactly the same as what you've seen on TV, but is at the house shows. And if you want to see Roman, you got to go to the house shows. Like, I would say that's not too far from where it was back in the day, back on the early Raws. If you look at how many times Bret Hart, Hulk Hogan would appear on like the Raws in the Manhattan Center, they weren't there every week. They weren't there every week. I think there's a misconception that the champs were always on the shows. I think we increased it more as TV became more important. So as TV and TV money became more important and house shows got less important, that did change. And so I think people look at that periods and think that it needs to be more like that all the time. But I grew up with it not being like that. I grew up with it being like it is now, really. So I've said before, for me, when it comes to the champions, I'm not worried or bothered unless they defend that belt once every 30 days. As long as I get the belt defended, as a rough ballpark, it doesn't have to be to the letter, but as a rough ballpark, as long as that belt gets defended every 30 days, I'm all right with it. I mean, Roman being on this show this week made this show feel huge. If he's there every week, you don't get that. It's Roman this week, and we came into it like, oh my God, this is going to be huge. He's been away too much for me. He definitely should have been around a bit more. And definitely we haven't had enough title defenses. We looked the other day, he's only had 11 matches this year, and not all of them were singles. You know, he had the tag match. So he's clearly not defended enough times this year to hit the once every 30 days. And I don't think he defended the title at all between WrestleMania and SummerSlam, to put it into perspective. I don't think he defended the title at all. We got the tag match within that time period, him and Solo against Kevin and Sammy, but that's obviously not for the title. So yeah, it's mental, man. It's mental. I think that I think there are issues in that area, but no, Logan not being there tonight doesn't bother me. Doesn't bother me. You would only see Hogan on TV once in a blue moon, said Zoom Station. That is true. Again, though, he was at the house shows. He was always him against Paul Orndorff, or him against Big Boss Man, or him and Jake the Snake, or, you know, he was always feuding with people at house shows. It's not that he was just sat in Tampa with his feet up. He was working, but that was how they sold their house show tickets. That's how they got you. They used TV to promote the house shows, and it's just not that way now. Now we're hearing they're going to cut back on house shows. And Roman's rarely at house shows. So it's change, and it's just different now. So I think everyone's got slightly different opinions. For me, I think bringing the champions in once in a while makes the shows feel special. I think that it's a good spotlight for the emerging talent. It's a good spotlight to build up stars. I mean, we know how big Roman is, so let's put the focus on who's going to face him. And then at the pay-per-view, we've got Roman versus this person that we've been built in, that we've had the spotlight on. So I can sort of see why it works and why we do it. But I suppose for everyone, the balance is, you know, everyone's got a different opinion as to where the balance is and if the balance is right or not, you know? And for some people, they're frustrated and they think that the balance is too far, that he's too inactive. For some, they might say it's fine, it's all right. I don't think anyone's going to say we see too much of him. I'm not sure there's too many people out there that have got that opinion, but yeah, it's just, you know, it's a sliding scale, and I would agree that he's probably not around quite as much as I was like. But it's not. I'm not flying the flag for seeing him or any of the champions every week. Joshua said Sean has tweeted WWE have suspended her for 30 days. Now, is this from a correct account? Because it did get reported that she was suspended, but it turned out it was a fake account. Which did catch me out, because when you click on it, it had 12,000 followers, which I know, I'm sure Sean has got more than that, but I don't look. I have no idea. As long as they've got a good sizable following, and it's not just 50 people or 100 people or 227 people, right? 12,000 strikes me as that could be Sean. I don't know. I don't know how many people follow him on Twitter. But clearly thousands of people follow this fake account. Report this account for impersonation. You are Oh. It says you are unable to view this because it limits. Have I been blocked by the fake account? Did I get blocked by the fake account? It says report this for person. This is from the real Sean for impersonation, but it says you can't view it because this person limits who can view their posts. I'll be flattered if they went out their way to block me. I'll be flattered. Did they block me or just is everyone? No. Ah. I just went on the Wrestling Escape Pod account and that's blocked as well. I don't think they mass blocked just me. It must be that their account has been deleted now. Oh. I can't see Sean saying about a 30-day suspension. So my guess is it's probably the fake account. Right. It isn't too many days off according to his contracts. I hope Punk will be a new world champion too. I've been impersonating a cool person for years, said Miss Clown. No, you are a cool person. I impersonate you. Right, I think we've probably come to the end. I'm going to chuck up... I don't know what I'm going to chuck up, actually. I feel like I need to chuck up... And I feel like there's more news than what was in the original Liv one. I feel like we need to do that, and there's other talking points. So I'm going to go away and work on that. We are back tomorrow with UFC, and obviously it's a big stream because it's their final big pay-per-view of the year. So we've got a massive stream tomorrow for UFC. We are going to do a Sunday stream because obviously we should have more information by then on all of this. So definitely a Sunday stream. Definitely a UFC stream tomorrow. And there'll probably be another little video that goes up tonight. I'm just going to try and gather what I can together, I think. Just chuck it in a video. But yeah, crazy, man. Crazy. And don't forget, you can vote on what you thought about this SmackDown on that second channel. And we are doing stuff with those results now, as you've seen. So, yeah, just have a listen. A big thank you for everyone that joined us. And a big thank you for everyone that was bringing, like, check this, check that. I mean, it's so hard to keep on track of everything that's going on that do need people tagging me in, going, look at this. So it's really appreciated because it keeps the conversation going. And so a big thank you to everyone that joined us. Big thank you to everyone that brought little bits and bobs to our attention. And, yeah, look, just have a great evening wherever you are. And hopefully I'll see you again tomorrow, maybe, for UFC. And if not, Sunday for our Sunday stream. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.